खिलाड़ी को उन्होंने नॉक किया, शुरुआत उन्होंने कर दी, एक और प्लेयर को डाउन करेंगे, क्या एक और क्लच कर सकते हैं? जी हाँ, उन्होंने 3 प्लेयर्स को डाउन कर दिया। एक बार वो कोशिश कर रहे हैं कि ज्यादा प्लेयर्स को, और अब एक आखिरी प्लेयर बचा हुआ है, डेड प्लेयर। पर अभी तक वो डाउन नहीं हुए, उन्होंने कारनामा करके दिखाया।
बाबा को भी वहाँ पे टेक डाउन करने में कामयाब हो चुका है। ये स्प्रे क्लोज हो सकता है, कनेक्शन बना, नॉक बना, सैम तीसरा ये नॉक यहाँ पे निकालने में कामयाब हो गए।
12 blistering matches are done and dusted, and now we're down to the second half that actually matters and decides the fate of all of these teams going into the main event. Welcome, ladies and gentlemen, to BGIS The Grind 2026. My name is Salty. I'm going to be your host and caster. Joining alongside is going to be the man with the super Johnny. He is, of course, already looking fantastic as usual, but as we kick off the second half of Grind's Group A and B, what are your thoughts right now?
I mean, the teams look better than me, that's all I'm going to say. Especially the teams sitting right at the top for both the particular groups. I mean, in Group A, we have K9 Esports, HSB, Higgboson. They have been phenomenal. I think K9 Esports, because of their aggression, have maintained that top spot. But Higgboson is one of those names in this particular group. And in fact, both the groups combined that have been consistent on a whole another level. And on the other side of things, Zutsu and Genesis Esports. It's very interesting seeing these two teams go at it. But yesterday, we saw that ultimate climb from NoNx. 3 matches, they finished second in 1 and 2 chicken dinners.
That was certainly a historic comeback from hashtag 14 to hashtag 2. We'll of course talk a lot about that. But ladies and gentlemen, it seems like the matches of round 1 has been delayed for a while. It will of course start very soon. Make sure you check your handles and make sure you check your emails where you're going to get all the details. Of course, bring the conversation back to where it began. You were talking about NoNx, you were talking about Genesis Esports, Zutsu Gaming as well. As a matter of fact, I think they've done phenomenally well. But nobody's talking about Blitz. Without a chicken dinner, still going head-to-head against all of these top dogs. What are your thoughts about them?
I mean, they have been doing quite well for themselves. I mean, we spoke about the teams at the top, and of course, Zutsu, they are phenomenal. But looking at the roster, that is what we expected. But I want to go back to that round 1 conversation, because we do apologize for the delay. But there are now a few tools in place to make sure that everyone has a fair play time in their round 1 matches. So again, apologies for the delay, but it's better to play your matches with everyone playing with a fair ground, everyone on an equal footing, rather than face a few outside elements that used to happen, but that's not going to happen anymore. So just be patient, bear with us. We're going to make sure everything is done properly this time and everyone gets an equal chance. And of course, we can't wait to see which of you lads are going to show up eventually and start taking on the likes of Zutsu, start taking on the likes of K9, and of course start taking on the teams that are waiting for you in round 1, round 2, round 3 from groups D and C as well.
You know, that is a long stretch, by the way. They will have to come across a lot of elimination barriers, but I have full faith in all of you guys. Every single one of you who are watching, I'm pretty sure your gameplay is going to be fantastic. Just catches us by surprise, you know.
Yeah, teams from Group D, especially the ones in the bottom 8, are waiting for their matches along with you guys as well for round 1, by the way. So.
Absolutely. It's going to be a blog, but imagine this, right? You grind for years and years, and I've actually heard so many underdog stories. Yeah. They try to come here at the top stage and build this fight against Group D. But then again, it is going to be interesting. Yeah. We will talk about that. But of course, for now, let's just have a look at the group leaders currently after the set of 12 matches. And there's no surprise, K9 Esports, they have definitely taken the world by storm. 118 points. But then again, it's actually not as high as Revenant X-Park in their Group C matches, who had acquired 127.
I think the peak is there for Los Hermanos, 132. And again, for Los Hermanos, for Revenant X-Park, we have been saying this from the start that these two teams, the caliber of players that they have was way beyond of some of the other lads that we saw in their particular groups. Nothing taken away from the other players, nothing taken away from the other teams as well, but yeah, it's Revenant X-Park, man. It's one of the biggest esports organizations in the country, and it's quite unfortunate that there was a complete roster rebuild that happens, because of which they were placed in Group C. And of course, same goes for Los Hermanos as well. But both these teams, they did quite well. K9 Esports, the reason this 118 points kind of seem a little bit more impressive is because of the teams right behind them. And even though there's God's Reign, even though there's teams like TrueRippers, Nebula, Soul, OG that they're competing with, amongst all of this group, along with K9 Esports and Knight in particular, the other names that are very impressive are going to be every single player that's playing for Higgboson right now, just because of those position points. 52 placement points secured by Higgboson with 3 chicken dinners. A phenomenal run so far in their journey in the grind.
And then again, you've got Blitz Esports in the middle of absolutely nowhere. Have a look at that. 4th position. No chicken dinners acquired, but still maintaining that consistency. 4th spot for them, 89 points. I think it is brilliant. But then again, I think we've got to have a look at where exactly it matters. Position 8. You've got Team Soul, 73 points, closely followed by Rapid Chaos, 67 points. Orangutan, Team AX, Reckoning Esports, all of them are looking to chase them down and get their spot as well. But I want to talk about this lad, Knight. I think he's absolutely phenomenal. The top 5 players, you've got Ninja Boy, you've got Snowjord. Ninja Boy, by the way, was actually the MVP of BGIS 2024. Was also the MVP of the Showdown. Snowjord was the MVP of Showdown LAN Finals. And amidst all of these LAN finalists, all of these decorated players, there's this one underdog who's shining bright at the top. Knight certainly has become a nightmare for all of these oppositions.
He's a nightmare, or the knight in shining armor for K9 Esports. Because when Beast left, I think, again, if you look at that entire arc of that trio falling apart, and Knight showing up at the right time and fitting like a piece of the puzzle that was always supposed to be there. It's quite an incredible story of this roster coming together. We've seen Knight in the past as well, playing for teams like H4K, playing for teams like NoNx, I believe, at one point. So, yeah, that entire journey was there, but I think this roster is what brings the best out of him as well, and he has been able to bring the best out of both Ninja Boy and Slug at the same time, which is very impressive. But talking enough about Knight, we kind of missed out on Joker over there, but Joker is always there on that list. So yeah, I think even he is used to it, right? But right now we have the schedule: Rondo, Erangel for Group A, and Erangel, Miramar for Group B.
It's going to be interesting. I mean, particularly once again, since Group A is going to play the match of Rondo, now gives you the door of opportunities. The window opens for you to just get that benchmark, get that high numbers on the scorecard, and potentially make your way inside of the top 8. But then again, we've seen, historically speaking, Rondo has been dominated by K9 Esports. If K9 keep on taking on their run, keep on taking shots against everyone, I'm not really sure if that is going to happen. But I'm expecting certain comebacks today, Johnny, because I think it's been a long time. Godlike on that 16th spot. This is not something that we've seen for a while now, and I think it's time for payback.
I mean, there will be payback. I think a few, there have been words across on social media and messages being given out that today is when the comeback from the side of Godlike begins. And it seems like Ankybot and Maisie, both of them believe the same thing, which is quite incredible. Sparrow is rooting for OG. OG yesterday had a nice build of momentum. Ravan going for Nebula Esports, of course. Then I'm going to go for my boys over at K9. You have gone with TrueRippers, everyone. Necro has picked God's Reign, and Icy Baby has gone for Soul.
You know, God's Reign, by the way, has had an intense day yesterday. We saw 2 chicken dinners coming through, and then of course in that second game they had that hashtag too. I think this is a sort of consistency that God's Reign also needed, considering that their past wasn't really that good, to be honest. I think Destro was falling apart. His team was not really able to keep up with the young lads and the aggression that there was inside of the lobby. But finally GDR is back, and I'm actually happy that 2023, the glory days of Destro, is hopefully back. I'm not really sure. They've actually been overconfident in the past and gotten down, but I hope this time it's not going to be the case.
I mean, that's what everyone is hoping for, right? Because everyone kind of missed that Destro energy on that LAN finals, because the team wasn't doing well. So we all understand, like, experienced IGLs, they're not going to talk a lot once the team is not doing well. Hopefully this time we're going to have that energy back in the LAN finals, because hey, wait, Delta and Justin, both of them are firing on all cylinders. But it all depends how the start of the day is going to be for the team, and for that we head towards Rondo.
Well, the big bird goes back up the skies yet again as we kick things off on the second half of Groups A and B. This is, of course, BGIS, the Grind 2026, ladies and gentlemen, and we welcome you to the map of Rondo. The flight path this time starts off from the left-hand side towards Lopo and moves towards Mehran. Now, this is a flight path which is actually rather short, Johnny. Majority of those locations are going to be taken out if we talk about the extremities on north and the south. But it doesn't really matter. Majority of them just like to fight it out all across the central lands of this particular map. But slight glance at the map standings, and this is where I think focus is going to lie. Victorious Summers, Reckoning Esports, Team AX, as a matter of fact. I think all of these teams need that big game, but historic standings suggest that they have really struggled on this particular map.
Yeah, they have. And in fact, even Godlike was there in the bottom three, just having secured 6 points in the 2 rondos that they played so far. Hopefully, this one is going to be a special one for them because, as you mentioned, they need a big performance. And, of course, Rondo is that map that brings you a lot of points. We have K9 Esports sitting at top, although there's a different kind of story for them. But as we were talking about Godlike right off the bat, clashing against the players of AX. And what just happened? 3 finishes secured in a blink. AX just annihilating the gods.
What did we just witness? I was not expecting that. Was a fight and a flash, and Godlike just got absolutely wiped off. Now, have a look at this. Team Soul, they also come into this picture. We've seen this drop clash between the 3 teams happen in the past as well. Usually Team Soul also likes to take this fight right from the get-go, but this time they were lying low, waiting for this initial collision to just pan out. And as soon as they witness Team Godlike falling apart, this is when they start to hitting the triggers. Henry in the front lines, of course. You've got Aimbot in the back lines. Look at Team Soul. They've completely surrounded Team AX, and I guess this is going to be their fall. Not really. Henry, brilliantly done. 2 quick eliminations right there.
The second one didn't come through. He needs to reload. All right, finally, Legend has fallen. But AX, the pressure is still upon them as Goblin charges forward. Henry knocked out. Now Aimbot, it's down to him. Somehow needs to find this extra point. AX, this is a much better start than what we usually see from them. The only problem for AX has been those survival instincts usually end up not really working out too well for their side. And even Aimbot gets shut down as the third party comes through. Nebula Esports, they want to join the fray as well. Although Soul, now they have gotten a little bit of breathing room to go for a reset. On the other side of things, back to NoNx Factory we go, where Victorious Sumus are clashing against Orangutan.
Like you said, NoNx Factory always the home ground for Team Orangutan. This time, they're the first ones to take the fall. Scary shot opens things up for Victorious Summers, and they need a lot more of these, by the way. Orangutan, meanwhile, they are looking to fight back. A lovely need to come across from Visgod. He does have the weaponry. Dish a little bit of damage, but it seems like Victorious Summers, they are in a good position. It's just that their players don't really have a lot of HP to work with, Johnny.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky one. As you mentioned, no HPs on the players of Victorious Summers, and that means even if they are grazed by a bullet right now, they are going to get knocked out. There's the first, and OG, comfortable position to make the bounce for the second knock as well. The S12K from the other side was causing a little bit of trouble, but as soon as it goes on a reload, Scary Jod, he's going to be finished off. OG with 4 elimination points secured. AKOP the only casualty in this fight, but with recalls available, it is not going to be too much trouble for OG to deal with.
Interestingly so, Rapid Chaos Esports, they've actually kicked things up in a very strong fashion. They've got 4 eliminations already, and now they're looking to start to huddle around this Team Orangutan. NoNx Factory is where Blitz Esports are as well, and it is going to be interesting on whether or not can Blitz Esports capitalize on this opportunity, because they've always done this, right? They do not just engage into fights, they wait for their chance, and when the chance presents themselves, they're always extremely quick to capitalize on that opportunity. Meanwhile, have a look at that. Arjun, quite close to this particular compound, can certainly make his way inside, but are Team OG aware of these man's positioning? Because Arjun is already inside. He's invaded, but Orangutan, they are looking to move upwards. And that is exactly where Blitz Esports are going to be holding in. We've seen this fight break out in the past, Johnny. I'm not sure if Orangutan are prepared for this new threat.
I mean, hopefully they're going to be. Yesterday, in terms of aggression, OG looked Well, quite phenomenal, especially on the map of Rondo. This time, though, Chandan nade goes out, spots a man towards the left as well. Now he's getting pressure from both the angles. A little bit of support in the backlines, but too eager to fall back, and Chandan falls. Pressure on Sarwar. Wisgod finds the knock. That's another point added to the total tally for OG. On the other side of things, bad start to the day for Godlike, Victorious Sumus, 8-bit, Madkings. No value gain from those early fights. AX at least got 5 eliminations, even though they have used 3 recalls now. And from the top of the leaderboard, God's Reign as well, not really doing too well in the early fights. Just a single point, just a single finish to their name. And then the players went out, so they were forced into a reset. OG finally starting to feel a little bit of that pressure as Arjun finds the opener.
And I don't think this pressure is going to last very long, by the way. A lot of time being given to go in for that reset as nades do come flying in. Rapid Chaos will look to capitalize. Atanki barely alive over there with a sliver of HP, but can Toxic capitalize on that opportunity is going to be the question, as a lovely payback. Atanki is still retaliating. He's still taking on that fight, but have a look at this. Arjun wins the battle on the terrace. He finds that knock on Wisgod. The confirmation is going to be there. ORANGUTAN have nothing to worry about as those recalls are still going to be there. And Arjun just falls to his grave. Rapid Chaos, they've done a lot of heavy lifting already. And I think this is a good start. They can call in all of their players and be completely safe. I think 6 points right from the start, Johnny. It should be a good game for them.
It is going to be a good game. Now all they have to do is just focus on their placements. The problem is that NeoX Factory right now is still in the play zone, so you will have teams closing in on this position. And if you get caught off guard, then you have to make sure that that happens within the first 4 stages of the game so that you have your recalls available and you can bring your players back. And of course, for Rapid Chaos, it'll be a complete switcheroo, but we'll put a pin in that thought for now as Nebula Esports, they go up against the players of Nebula. They've found 2 picks for their name. Kratos is still there in the house, right underneath. A jump shot attempt from Legit, and he fails. Down to Joker. Kratos is just trying to buy himself a little bit of time as of now. Oh, but shots from the flank, and K9 Esports, they find the opening. They find their first point, I believe, for this match.
Team Soul, they have to be a little careful, by the way. K9 Esports, just like you mentioned, they are looking to capitalize from the flank. Meanwhile, Kratos just wants to keep his team alive as Team Soul keep on piling up with pressure as another nade gets cooked up. If it lands right on the money, Kratos will have nowhere to go. But of course, he shuts that door to the face of the player. Love that. I love this little movement. But once again, it seems like Nebula Esports, they certainly have been recalled. But this fight was brilliant, especially that chokehold from Joker. Now have a look at this. Kratos, I think it becomes extremely difficult, especially with 2 players right at his face. The shotgun does not strike, and Team Soul once again wins another battle.
Yeah, he just tried to hold that angle, and the mistake over there was just committing into that 2v1. So when you're running out, especially into the open, you aren't really going to be aware of where the players are positioned. Extra bit of damage tanked, resulting in Soul having the upper hand. And, well, Nebula Esports, they're going to have to use that recall as well at this point. K9, though, we saw their name pop up on that finish feed, not in the position that they would ideally want. A slug was knocked out and finished off, so 1 recall is going to be used early by the players of K9. And even on the map, look at that spread. Knight holding his angle, holding his position, along with the players of Victorious Sumus. I believe he's going back to try and bring Slug on this battleground again, while Omega and Ninja Boy now, their job is going to be simple, to try and hold on to that eastern edge of the circle where, unfortunately for K9, majority of the teams are present as of now.
I love the fact that they are laying so much responsibility on this rookie. I love the fact that he has been in the forefront of fights, he's been in the forefront of saving his teammates, and now he also has responsibility of bringing his comrades back. It is, of course, not a very difficult job to go to the recall towers and bring your players back, but to regroup with the rest of your team, it's going to be extremely difficult. But one look at Joker once again, it seems like every time he gets put in pressure situations like these, he just amps up his level of performance tenfolds. This time, though, he was taken down by the flank, which is completely not his fault, but I just can't appreciate this lad enough.
Every team needs a player like that, that does well in those clutch moments, that does well and is consistent in those clutch moments. And Soul having Joker, I think he's an asset that should never be let go, if I'm being honest about it. But that has happened in the past, so yeah, who am I to say anything?
I have a theory, Johnny.
Yeah.
So there's a man who recently climbed one of the tallest buildings in Taiwan, and research suggests that his the emotion center in the brain does not react in situations like that. It is called something like the amygdala. That is the part of the brain that reacts to pressure situations and gives you emotions. And his does not react at all. I feel like players who do well in clutch situations, for them, it is kind of similar.
Could be. I think majority of the times you just train yourself to not panic in those moments. And it is something that, it is a skill more than a talent, I believe. But for K9 Esports, well, they have more than a few individuals like that. Ninja Boy taking on Autobotz all by himself. The problem is that Ninja Boy was just recalled, I believe. So it is going to be interesting to see how they recover from this. Knight and Omega are present in the nearby vicinity, and they're getting eager to take this fight. Slug, since he was recalled a few moments ago, he looted up, and he's going to be late to this party. So until then, this is a 2v2. The nades go out. Autobotz, one player was knocked out by Ninja Boy himself. And Omega and Knight, they're just dumping utility through that window, trying to see if they can cause more harm to those two individuals from the side of Autobotz that are hiding inside.
A risk assessment needs to be done. K9 Esports cannot really put more bodies into this fight. They've lost one of their main man, Ninja Boy. The big man has been taken down already. He's, of course, up there on that finished leaderboard. #2. 23 frags from the 12 matches that he has played so far. A staggering average of 1.92 in every single match, which is brilliant. But his absence, is it going to be felt? Will Slug, Omega and Knight be able to fulfill the responsibilities that he was supposed to do? I'm not really sure, because from the distance, Sarwar had almost caught Omega. He is on the right side of the circle. No real damage from the blue zone, and Blitz, they are the ones who have the ball in their court, so they need to push up.
Although, I mean, Knight, with how he was looking over at the players of Blitz Esports, I thought he was just going to stay there for a little while longer. Maybe catch them off guard, but I think a call being made by the players of K9 Esports to just move out. Now, K9 did phenomenally well in the first rondo they played yesterday. It was a decent outing. Decent amount of elimination points secured, and I believe they made it to the top 5 or top 6 of that match. That is something that they're going to try and replicate today as well. But 2 recalls have been used. One player has been completely eliminated from the game. And the position that they are in, that eastern edge, we spoke about it. It's a cluster of teams there. There is Blitz, there's God's Reign, there's Autobotz who are going to move in a little bit late. So K9 could be in trouble. But talking about Autobotz, they go up against the players of Blitz. They find an opening. And we'll have to see how much value they gain from it. On the other side, Madkings. Shots being taken towards the players of Soul. But look at the radar. Even towards their south, there's another team present.
That is, of course, going to be the lads from Victorious Summers. They do have God's Reign trying to knock on their doors. Madkings, if I am inside of the lobby, I wouldn't love to be in their position, to be honest. They are absolutely trapped. You've got Neo wrapping around this fallen lad Omega. There's no way he survives this. K9 Esports will have to do away with the rest of the 2 players who are alive. From the distance is Knight. Looks to punish those lads of Blitz Esports. They certainly get away. K9. Now, we've seen this, that K9 Esports, they do not really like taking those early battles on the map of Rondo. They are one of those teams who rather play a much more default game, playing in from the edges and try and keep their men alive. But this one, it seems like they were forced into battle and they just could not react to it.
Yeah, luckily they still have recall to bring Omega back, and that is what Knight is going to try and do right now. Make sure that the team's numbers are going to be back to 3 instead of just the 2 lads surviving in this game. And as you mentioned, yeah, agreed. Mostly, more often than not, they are the ones who are playing on the back foot, especially in the early stages, waiting for these recalls on every other team to go away. But this time, that rotation strategy, a little bit of luck involved as well, that everyone was playing from the eastern edge of the play zone on stage 2, on stage 3, kind of resulted in them being in an awkward spot. But Madkings, as they try to take their fight against Autobotz, are going to be lent a helping hand by the players of K9, but the third party comes through. 8-bit as well, picking off players from the side of K9. Now Madkings, they are going to be forced to reset and switch focus on the players of God's Reign. God's Reign being a little bit closer. Oh, but the nades from the other side still being lobbed towards Madkings. And Soul, the players from Soul show up. What a surprise, to be honest.
Absolute piece of surprise. They do have those 2 recalls. I'm not really sure if Soul can get their fallen player back up. But meanwhile, have a look at this. This is Knight, who is, of course, dancing around the circle. This time, K9 Esports are going to be one of the first teams to fall. In fact, the second team to be eliminated from this game. Could not utilize the recalls. Yes, Knight was there to actually get his IGL back up, but it seems like Team 8-bit, they were just a tad bit earlier. But coming back to Madkings, it seems like God's Reign, they want to ride on that momentum from last day. Airstrike has been initiated. Target has been locked in. Target will be in the form of Madkings Esports, and I'm not sure how are they surviving, because look at the terrain. It's nades after nades that keep on landing in, and this time Pro is going to be the one to fall.
Well, Pro falls. Shadow OG, he sees Justin approach. Exit from the car, the timing not really being allowed to the Madkings to engage into the players of God's Reign. God's Reign, they have a phenomenal momentum in this match still now, and that just results in Madkings getting kicked out. 10 eliminations secured by God's Reign. They have used their recalls, but it doesn't matter. They still have a lot of points to show for it. Spotting out the players of Godlike, a few shots fired, but no incentive to actually force this fight any further. God's Reign, they have control of the edge of the circle. They can move in. All they have to do is just make sure they don't go down to Team Soul, what they're still lurking towards the northern edge. But Godlike, they make a pounce towards Reckoning Esports. Jonathan knocked out, although the trade still comes through. So luckily, they are still going to have a 4-man unit present in this match.
You know, I feel like their recent performances, they've actually broken down the morale of all of these assaulters, because I've never seen them struggle in these firefights so much. But nonetheless, Godlike, they still make amends. But 2 of their players once again are going to take the fall. I'm not sure who knocked Jonathan yet again, but both Admino and Jonathan have been knocked out. It is his power who is trying to deal with these battles all by himself. But how long can he hold on as we shift focus once again? This time, God's Reign, their focus is going to be on the lads of Victor Sumus. And I love this. Destro does have those infinity stones in his gauntlet for sure, and is looking to wipe off half the lobby. 10 eliminations already, but this airstrike is deadly. In fact, Victorious Summers, they come in like the Avengers.
I mean, they did have the terrain advantage in that fight, and God's Reign, I think that distraction coming in from the players of Godlike has resulted in them just being pinned completely. This might be the end for God's Reign. Last player left standing, Justin, trying to clutch this fight out. Takes one more man from the side of Victor Summers down, but as the vehicle blows up, the hopes and dreams for both the teams are going to be shattered in this one. Victor Summers having lost a lot more than God's Reign over there, who have 13 eliminations at the end of their journey from this map of Rondo. But Godlike, this is a brilliant conversion. As we were talking about Joker, as we were talking about Slug from the side of K9 Esports, even the players from Godlike have a man who works in those clutch moments, and that man is S-Power. 5 eliminations secured till now. And we'll have to see, is he going to be the saving grace for Team Godlike? Because the difference from that 15th spot, where they are at right now, to the 8th position is just 27 points. But they need those 27 points from this game.
Absolutely. They have 6 already. As Power himself has those 5 eliminations on board. And just like I mentioned, this man always thrives under pressure. He loves to visualize himself in those clutch moments. And I know it for certain that he is always going to deliver. It's just about time when the rest of the players also catch up. And of course, deliver the same glow. Godlike, they've done a brilliant job surviving and handling the situation. 6 eliminations already for this team, just like I said. But this time, they do not have a real estate on the circle. And currently, they are being marked by the lads from Higgboson, who has been so super consistent. God's Reign, meanwhile, with that game, They charge up top. They are on top of the overall standings. We'll talk about them a while later as this airstrike commences. You've got the nades that come in through Godlike, want to bring in those deployable covers. It is Hero who's going to take a little bit of damage. Even Bunny has been pushed back. I love the fact that Godlike, they are taking on the offense, and now it seems like the morale is finally back, Johnny.
I mean, the morale is there, but my problem is that Higgboson is the team they're going up against. This is the most defensive team in this entire group. They don't force fight. They are always the ones holding back, and Godlike right now have committed a lot of utility to try and find an opening against Higgboson, and they haven't found anything. Look at this overcommitment. This could be overcommitment from the side of Godlike. Manya, though, still alive. And Omega from the backlines is trying to support his team. Godlike trying to find their way to breach inside of the play zone. They have made it all the way towards the edge. And Nebula as well, look at the radar. They're on the other side of the hill. Can lend a helping hand to either one of these sides. But Higgboson, they are the ones now lobbing the nades and utility towards the players of Godlike. There is still a lot of damage trade between the two teams.
Yeah.
And S-Power, I think if he finds an opening, then maybe Higgboson are going to be done for. But hey, Godlike on the move. Admino hits the floor. Now could be the moment where Godlike bite the dust as well as Admino gets finished off. Team AX are going to be the ones who find that point.
This utility trade between Higgboson and Godlike just favored Higgboson in my opinion. Look at the ground, it is full of traitors at this point. You've got Snowjot in the backlines who's always been...
Someone take out S-Power. That man should not be allowed to extend this much.
Heroics, once again, we'll find out if the Heroics do pay off. Once again, just in those risky positions. 5 eliminations already for this lad, like I said, but this time those nades don't really pop in. He's so brilliant with those nades. He's actually kept Higgboson at bay, prevented them from taking any shots against Godlike so far. And this time from Snowjot, it is a long-range nade that comes across, but it just sails through. It goes past his power, not dealing any damage. This time, another trade of utility. S-Power finally, I guess, is out of ammunition on those frag grenades and now needs to hold back. I'm not sure if he has any. His position has been given out. You've got Higgboson, all of those players. Nebula, meanwhile, in the backlines, wanted to take advantage of this fight. It seems like a couple of their players have fallen.
Yeah, and it's going to be a fall at the hands of Higgboson themselves. Omega, who was playing an off position for his team, now decides, all right, time to clear up the front. Nades go out. Nebula, one player, completely racked up. And Nomi, oh no, just gets pounced upon. Higgboson, they give up the pressure from the rear, just leaving Hero behind to deal with the players of Godlike, and everyone else just charges for the players of Nebula Esports. Now Hero's position with that spray is going to be compromised. He needs to make a run for his life, otherwise he won't be able to survive. And Higgboson, they need to recover Omega before they can re-engage into the players of Godlike over here.
This is actually a brilliant strat by Godlike, to be honest, keeping S-Power to keep the players of Higgboson at bay. Meanwhile, Manya and Jonathan just push through inside the circle, and have a look at this. S-Power just ever so brilliant. Now Godlike comes to chime in. Jonathan in the backlines has been finished off. Bunny is brilliant in that situation. Snowjot needs to bring out his MVP material.
Oh, pixel of HP on Manya, and the nade from Snowjot gets the job done. And it's now down to S-Power. Snowjot doesn't know. He is up front. S-Power, he needs to make this bounce. He needs to find Omega, and he does. Now the last player stands from the side of Higgboson. Bunny and S-Power unfortunately whiffs. And Higgboson still surviving. 8 eliminations. All 3 players intact, 2 knocked down, but it is an easy recovery for this team. And you know what? They have to thank Atanki that Manya did not have any HP.
Where did Orangutan come from? I had no clue, to be honest. 10 eliminations, all 4 players alive. Team Orangutan are looking for payback. This is their big hoo-hoo, of course, because now they potentially are moving their way into the top 8. 10 eliminations inside the top 4 right now. They've got a lovely spread. AK is close to the proximities of Team Higgboson. He understands of where those players are. Meanwhile, the rest of the 3 players, they've got brilliant map coverage. On the south side of the circle, there is another team we haven't really talked about much. It is Team 8-Bit. 6 eliminations on board, and even they are making to make that big bounce back. And this can be their game for sure.
Yeah, I think it can be. 8-Bit has kept their numbers intact, but I'm a little bit more worried about what OG is doing in this match right now, because they are just circling on the outer edges of the play zone, just racking up those finish numbers. 10 eliminations secured by OG. Higgboson, that delay, all thanks to Godlike, is going to result them that consistent top 3s that they've had in the map of Rondo so far. I think this time they might have to settle for the top 4. But still, 8 eliminations. So they compromise or they make up for it with the terms of with the number of finishes that they have this time around. So their average on Rondo kind of sustains itself. To be honest, Snowjot knocked out should be an easy recovery, but Rapid Chaos, they're looking to make that push. And Rapid Chaos has utility. Arjun should just lob a nade over there, right between those 2 cliffs and get it over with. Just jump through a nade. It's an easy frag.
It should be. It definitely should be, but I guess he wants to keep it for the final battle. Now, it remains to be seen if Rapid Chaos are going to be in that final duel. But talking about problems, it seems like Higgboson have a problem at hand right now. Team Orangutan and their positioning. And finally, with that knock that came in from Atanki, just made all of these players from HSB aware of what can happen if you stand up in this position or get exposed, because Team Orangutan, they're looking as sharp as ever. Bunny is not going to make that mistake once again. Snowjot, of course, looking in the front lines. The circle is in their favor and they have no compulsion of taking the fight. They understand Orangutan are outside the circle and they want the fight to come to them.
They are still waiting. It's the terrain that's keeping these 4 teams apart. A slight hill down center with the summit being at the center. And all these 4 teams holding the 4 corners. They're going to move in from the worst position, I believe, is going to be for Higgboson, because either they run into the line of fire of Rapid Chaos or Orangutan, and they're sitting at a very precarious point as to which team they should be fighting. I mean, we know that OG has all 4 left, so we know that moving towards this eastern edge of the play zone is going to be a bad call, but Boson, they are inside the match with limited information. Look at the amount of vehicles that are there for the players of OG. They can just rack up a few and make a little bit of cover to work with as well. Play for that summit, play for that high ground control.
I also want to take a moment and appreciate Atanki for this match, because I think it's been a long time this man has spent under pressure, especially being away from the limelight because of AK and Wiz and Aru as well. But this is his chance to shine. Of course, the nades to come in. Higgboson will be pushed to go back. This is brilliant strategy, Team AK. Team Orangutan, pardon me for that. It seems like they are looking to snatch away the position from Higgboson, and those nades are ever so brilliant. AK in the front lines. It is going to be Snowjot, Bunny, and Omega, who have smoked up, rightfully so, for one particular angle, and they understand the threat is going to be there. But holding on to this terrain in between these 2 mountains, it is going to be so difficult, especially those nades that bounce off of the terrain and blast right in front of your face. It is going to be extremely tough to battle.
Yeah, it is going to be tough. And I like what OG was trying to do over there. Proactive playmaking. They wanted to do 2 things. I mean, what they were trying to do could have accomplished 2 things. Either they just have the accurate nades and find the opening against the players of Higgboson, or they flush Higgboson into Rapid Chaos Esports. With pressure from the back, Higgboson would not have been able to stay alive over there. And OG then would have gone in the same route, catching the players of Rapid Chaos off guard. But look at this. They are, again, making sure that Higgboson just goes out. 2 players knocked out. Well, Omega is not knocked out exactly. He's still there, but he does not have any HP to work with. Snowjot on the other side, also extremely low. And now with a single nade, Rapid Chaos can secure those 2 points up front. OG have picked off 1. Higgboson is down to the last 2 players. And at this point, I think it is the endgame blue zone collapse. So this is time for the final showdown between our top 4.
11 players left. Team Higgboson, they are not going to be live for long as Omega gets shut down as well. Rapid Chaos Esports, they are looking to make that bounce back on the top 8. They have been shooed away. They have been beaten, they have been battered, but now it is time for payback, and we have been talking about that. It is time for payback for both OG, Rapid Chaos, as well as 8-Bit as this battle begins. Nades connect. Aru and Wiz got on their knees. Atanki barely holding on to that crater, but it seems like all 3 players are going to fall, and it's just AKOP from Orangutan who stays alive. Brilliant counter from Team 8-Bit, and now it's time for Rapid Chaos to join this party, and they understand this is what they saved their nades for. This is their moment to shine.
Yeah, Rapid Chaos, this is going to be an easy chicken dinner for them because of OG and 8-Bit taking taking each other out. Rapid Chaos just held themselves back. OG, they have 9 eliminations. OG has 11, 8-bit has 9 eliminations, but Sarang, incredible spray coming through, picks up one man from the side of Rapid Chaos, but he has to take down Arjun, a man who in this match has lived up to the identity of the warrior from Mahabharat. He skips, shooting in a different direction. His back towards Arjun, and Arjun, along with his teammates, finish him off. An incredible outing for the side of Rapid Chaos Esports, and this team is going to have a nice little position at the start of the day after this map of Rondo is done. But, talk of the town. Godlike, a decent run in terms of their eliminations, although I believe the placement points not really being there. Higgboson ever so consistent. The bounce back from the side of OG, and an incredible bounce back coming in from 8-bit. 8-bit being there in the top 3, by the way, I did not expect that was how today was going to begin.
You know, coming in from the south side of the circle, I did not expect 8-bit to be there either as well. But I think that was a brilliant performance. And I think slowly they are building up a little bit of cushion, a little bit of platform from which they can catapult themselves up top. The same can be said for Godlike. I think you don't really expect a massive result coming in from the dip. I think the platform is there, a little bit of setup is there. Now all of those players understand that they can win those fights. It is their chance to bring that momentum back up.
I think the players of Godlike, and in fact the management from the org kind of made it clear that they intention from here on out till the end of the last few games of the grind is going to be to secure 7 to 8 points per match. That is what they're trying to do. They don't want to overcommit. They're not looking for those big massive chicken dinners. Just the standard 7 to 8 points per match to break inside of the top 8. And I think they might have just succeeded in doing so. So one game, tick. What about game 2? What about game 3? This is a team that I think every one of their fans is going to be looking forward to. But right now, we look at the stats of Rapid Chaos Esports, and of course Arjun, incredible performance, man. 1295 damage dished out, 8 eliminations secured. This man was a one-man army indeed.
You're actually right in True's thoughts coming in. We are actually looking at the stats of Arjun himself, because the rest of the 3 players were just supporting characters in that
Pretty
one.
much, yeah.
Rapid Chaos, they certainly were silent throughout that quadruple. They knew, they understood that let OG battle it out against Higgboson, let them snatch away positions, let them duke it out, whatever they want to do it. When our moment comes, all those nades, all those utilities that we have saved in our pockets is going to come handy, and it actually happened.
I think they need to write a thank you note to OG as well, because OG first forced Higgboson to move towards Rapid Chaos and then kind of distracted 8-bit, because of which Arjun got those free eliminations as well towards the end. So yeah, OG, they have the luxury of being aggressive, and I'm happy the players from the side of OG show up in their best form today. Now this is a team you have to watch for the rest of the day, but for now, a very short break. Don't go anywhere.
And of course, welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, once again to BGIS The Grind 2026. This time joining on the panel is going to be my Necro man, who is back on the desk, of course. But the first map of Rondo, it was brilliant. A little bit of comeback coming in from Godlike, a little bit of comeback coming in from the lads of Rapid Chaos, Orangutan. I want to know your thoughts. What do you think of 8-Bit? What do you think of all the teams who were there?
Yeah, even Godlike was right there, right? Decent bit of elimination points backed up with a few placement points as well. Even for them, it was a solid game. Speaking of 8-Bit, definitely a step in the right direction. The amount of points they got, it's not going to be enough to place themselves in a really good spot, but you can say it's a good start.
It certainly is a good start, but have a look at this. I think this is going to give a lot of our fellow audiences a good start in their games. It is, of course, the confidence, the swagger, the peaky blindness set, which is inside of the game, ladies and gentlemen. Make sure you get it for yourself and dress up like the Arthur Shelby or Thomas Shelby, which one you like. You've got the jacket, you've got the Thompson, you've got, of course, the most important thing, the Shelby hat, which makes you look absolutely unbeatable. I'm going to dress up like that, possibly in the LAN finals, and I guess I'm going to make my appearance like it, like a Shelby man.
For some reason, I feel like it's not going to look too good on you since you're a little bit of a short guy and might just not look too good on you. Requires a guy who's extremely buff and big. Maybe that would look pretty cool on that guy.
Alright, I'll pull it off, Necro. I'll make sure that you not underestimate me ever so slightly. But talking about underestimating, ladies and gentlemen, you cannot underestimate Arjun. What a game it was. 8 eliminations, 1295 points of damage. And then, of course, the top 5 players, they had a blockbuster. S-Power with 6 eliminations. Even Justin with those final few moments. And Atanki was there as well. Brilliantly done, high fragging affair coming in from Rapid Chaos. You've got Orangutan as well, 17, and 8-Bit with those 16 eliminations. I think did fairly well.
The crazy part is God's Reign was able to secure 13 finish points, and that's all they got. They got eliminated in the mid-pack of the game, and they still are there on the 4th spot in the point standings, which is impressive coming through from God's Reign. You've also got Higgboson right there, once again getting that consistent point flow, and that's going to be more than enough for Higgboson to maintain that first spot in the overall standings. Now, if you look at the entirety of the board, you will still see a few surprising names on the latter half of the board. At the bottom is Victoria Sumus. I feel like given the position they had, they could have done a lot more, but the way they took the fights was really skeptical and really weird. Speaking of Godlike as well, I personally think with a 3-man squad, they could have done a lot more as well, but then Jonathan making that push out in the open, it was a big question mark.
It certainly was a big question mark, but if you look at the team, I think they certainly are making those waves. They're still about 28 points short from that 8th position, but of course we'll see if they do make that climb, a little bit of that upwards arrow being there. A sigh of relief for all of those fans out there. Team AX, they have been constantly falling, especially after their drop clash against Soul and Godlike, and it's not really panning out to be extremely well. Nebula and Soul, they are still competing to be inside of the top 8. I'm not really sure, but Erangels haven't really gone in Soul's favor. I want to know your thoughts. Do you think that comeback is going to be on the cards?
Without a doubt it will be. It's Soul we're speaking of. Come on, at the end of the day, you've only got one man who needs to just wake up, and that's going to be Joker, and he will single-handedly just start dominating the lobby. Just how S-Power woke up for Godlike, and he was able to get a fair share amount of elimination points, and that's why now you see them take a bit of that leap in the overall standings. I would still say it's not a stable leap. One bad game from Godlike and instantly they can go down at the bottom. We have seen Victoria Sumus have pull off those good games. Even for Madkings, they have pulled off a great comeback in the past as well. So I do believe that there's still a possibility Godlike can be pushed at the bottom. Once again, going back to our Soul topic, you remember that one drop clash target that we saw from Soul, the way they were able to shut down the boys of Victoria Sumus in that game? There's a big chance they might do it again.
There's a big chance, but for sure, I mean, if Erangel is going to be the map where they do share those drop spots, it's going to be extremely hard to find. But talking about Erangel, I think one team that comes in my mind is going to be Nebula Esports, who have done phenomenally well. We'll find out if they do get the chicken right now, right now.
The planes in the skies, this time on the map of Wrangle. And starting all the way from Ferry Pier towards the opposite side, which is going to be Severny. The plane flap had tilted a little bit towards the left side if the teams do want to move on around Yasna Polyana. Once again, it's going to be a tough stretch, which means there's a chance we might see Soul drop clash Victoria Sumus, or at least target them.
Well, we'll find out if those drop clashes are going to be there, but you talked about the flight path. It's almost vertical, ladies and gentlemen. From military base towards shooting range, majority of these teams, they are going to be in their default locations. But let's have a glance towards the map standings once again. this has been a map where historically Seoul hasn't really done that too well. They've played a lot of those maps, but they're still on that 13th spot with just 23 points on board. Reckoning Esports has been one of those teams that has skipped our conversations for a while now. I think they have been outside of contention, outside those big games and flashy performances from last season. Also want to see a little bit of bounce back coming in from them. But one team we're going to be looking at has to be Nebula Esports. We just looked at the map standings. On that second spot, they've got 53 points from the matches that they've played. They've got 2 chicken dinners on this map. I think this can be their day to actually shine.
Godlike dropping around Pochinki. You've also got Reckoning Esports right next to Blitz. There's a chance we might see a bit of that kerfuffle happening there too. And then you've also got 8-Bit around Quarry and Fairappear. Rapid Chaos Esports around Primorx. And once again, I'm looking out for that same target that Seoul did against Victor Sumus in the past. Victor Sumus usually likes to drop around that entire fuel station, but are they really going to drop around that same spot once again? That's my question.
A little bit of a split coming in from Rapid Chaos as well. I'm not really sure if that is planned because Flash is looking for a vehicle in these early stages of the game.
What?
You've got Team 8-Bit as well.
Wait, Victor Sumus just changed their drop location. Now they're dropping right next to Seoul. This is interesting. They are the one now taking revenge against Seoul. There's a big chance we might see VS come out on top. I'm pretty sure they are going to be catching the players of Seoul off guard. And this is completely uninvited.
It certainly is. But on those regions of Roserock, it's always been Seoul versus Orangutan for a while now. Yes, of course, you've got Victorious Summers who are in that school apartments region. But I guess it is going to be a little far away from taking those fights.
VS wanted to isolate one of the players from the side of Seoul, thinking that someone will drop around apartments, but Seoul, they instantly adapted on the fly, and no one dropped in apartments. They saw the players of Victor Sumus just glide around that spot, which is brilliant. Seoul adapting on the fly, VS not able to get their revenge. That's definitely going to be a bit of a stinger. But hey, Victor Sumus, they are someone who is now once again going to back away towards Yasna Poliana, get their hands on a basic loot, and then continue their journey in the front. For OG, the previous game was once again fantastic, and OG just wants to move on with that same momentum. And at the end of the day, it's OG we're speaking of. We know they're going to do good no matter what.
I mean, yeah, we've actually seen the slight dips in form from OG, but this time I guess they are back in their usual gameplay, their usual mindset. Atanki was actually pretty brilliant on that last game, so I want to find out if that run of form can continue. We've got AK and Wiz as well, always shining bright, but K9 surprisingly had a rough outing in the last one. This time, once again, on the lands of Siverny, they are going to be extremely comfortable because the circle, by the way, Necro, has popped up on that extreme northern frontier of the map itself. It covers, it centers on around Yasna Poliana, covers Tauber, covers Kamishki, something which we have never really seen before. And we'll have to find out if K9 Esports will be able to capitalize on their initial position because they have a lot of time, no real compulsion to rotate, no real compulsion to move. Should be a good start for these boys.
Should be on paper. Then you've also got AX now making that quick rotation. AX, they just want to be proactive. All the 4 players on the move. K9, they might just clash against him. But let's see. Never know. Nebula's ball around that George Pool side. Once again, dropping near Hospital. For Nebula, they have always been the late breachers. And right now as well, they're going to take their sweet little time to actually rotate inside of the circle and do anything. Higgboson, somehow their positioning game has been top-notch. And once again, you got to follow Higgboson on the map every single time.
I love the fact that for Higgboson, it's never about momentum. It's never about those early eliminations. They just find a way to get good positions inside of the circle and welcome those fights coming to them. All of these players have just been ever so consistent throughout all the matches of the grind that they've played. They've played 13 maps so far, and Higgboson, they've actually maintained that average of 7 to 8 in every single one of them. I don't remember one game where Higgboson actually got eliminated early on, but this has been their brilliance. They just need to carry it forward. Currently, of course, we do have the map in front of us. Victor Sumus, it seems like they have fallen back. They're not going to be a threat to Team Seoul anymore, who are slowly on the south side of Yasnaya. Yesnaya being occupied by Victorious Summers, they can be extremely happy. Entirety of the central part of the circle is for them. But, you know, this is one of those games I want to talk about Reckoning Esports, because something is going wrong with Roman and the rest of his lads. The aggression that we witnessed from last season, it's not there anymore.
What am I watching? Why is God's Reign just standing still? There we go. Everyone's now getting their hands on the vehicles, choosing their favorite skins. And now for God's Reign, it's time to make it outside of that bridge. There is still another team on the opposite side, and that's going to be 8-Bit, who might create a few troubles, but I highly doubt 8-Bit they've got any intentions of doing so.
This never happens. This has always been the past. Historical data suggests that 8-Bit is going to watch Team GDR pass by. It is a guard of honor which always happens whenever these two teams are in the lobby on the map of Erangel. 8-Bit just simply watch them pass by. Once again, they clear the land, move back towards Fairy Pair. Meanwhile, God's Reign, they glide past them and look at them. You know, I have this personal inclination. I love the McLaren skin. I would love to get it from myself inside of the game as well. It's one of my favorites. One of my favorite F1 teams as well.
Looks pretty cool. Not gonna lie. It does. TrueRippers all the way towards Milta. Blitz Esports as well around farm. So for TrueRippers, they are in the close proximity of Blitz. And both the teams are doing pretty good in the overall standings. It's not going to be a concern if these two actually do end up fighting. But looking at the zone and the way it's forming out, already all the good spots are taken away by teams inside of the circle. Now the late breachers, they would need to adapt and adjust.
From the map feed, K9 Esports seems like they are looking to get those high ground positions on Stauber. Same can be said for Higgboson, but while doing so, Higgboson, they've lost to one of their players, and in fact, he's going to be the first man to fall. The first pick going in the hands of Arib. Not Arib, by the way, that was Devotee. My bad. My eyesight has kind of struggled, but doesn't really matter. Team AX, they are up top, on top of Star, but they've got control of Observatory as well. And this is interesting, by the way. We've never really seen circles end in positions like these. This is going to be a rather new circle for all of us.
Let's see where it's going to pan out, though. That's all that matters. The stage 2.
Depends
if it's
on
going to
how
be
the
panning,
teams
yeah, if it
adapt
does
as well.
shift on top of Yasna Poliana, then it is one of those urban circles, and of course it's quite fun. But it can also shift out in the open in the rice fields. And yeah, it is one of the OG zones. But instead it does shift around Yasna Poliana. A little bit tilted towards the northern side as well. So that means even the Stauber side, it's going to come into the picture. That terrain is a little bit weird to play around with, but I'm sure the players are ready.
They certainly are ready. Have a look at this. K9 Esports, they are at the dead center. You've got Victorious Summers, who are, I guess, giving up on their real estate of Yasna Poliana as well. And meanwhile, right on their south side, there are so many teams. This migration, is it going to cause problems for these lads? Always a big question. So many teams in the close proximities. One might just stand around, decide to intercept these lads from migrating. God's Reign, meanwhile, just covering so much distance within a span of seconds. And now they are on the south side of the circle. And I guess the rotation strategy from Destro is going to be simple. They go around the circle from the shorelines and find a different injection point. They do not want to venture into Yasnaya, knowing that there's going to be every single team housed over there.
Yeah, but my point is, for God's Reign now, how are they going to find themselves a good spot? All the good spots are already taken away by the teams. They are currently sitting inside the southern side. But let's see, there's so many teams around them, and God's Reign does not exactly know the free route. So it is definitely going to be tough. But hey, speak of looking tough in the game, even that Royal Enfield that you just saw on the screen, even that looks pretty tough. So I would request you guys to move one side of the game and have a look at it.
Well, of course, Continental GT650, especially in that red color, looks amazing. But they can also go in for that classic 350 as well. Two amazing bikes. Royal Enfield, again, a classic. Especially if you are in India, if you are in those Indian households, one of those vehicles you would love to traverse in. But ladies and gentlemen, have a look at this. The circle is still forcing these teams to be on the move. And one of the teams we have to talk about has to be Blitz Esports. Their consistency has been scintillating so far. In the past, they are the only team without a chicken dinner inside of the top 8, but the way they have ensured to not slip up, it's brilliant.
AX on the high ground, spotting out the players of Higgboson. Shots were taken. A bit of that connection as well on top of the skull, but it's not going to do anything yet. Higgboson still on the run. Things looking good and dandy. Oh, Higgboson. They really wanted to get on the high ground. As usual, position themselves in a good and a solid spot. But this time denied by the boys of K9 Esports and even AX. So now they got to reroute and rethink their options. Jasna Poliana currently the centric part, but still, there is that northern territory as well that comes into the picture. If the circle's going to shift on Jasna Poliana once again, the problems will start to stack up. For Higgboson, though, they've at least found a bit of that breaching point. Madkings in world of trouble. They've already taken too much damage, and one of the men from the side of Madkings falls down.
I'm not really sure why Hero is just stepping into battle. Yes, Naya is such a big region, possibly the second largest city inside of the game after Los Leones. Can certainly house a lot more teams than two that we currently are witnessing, but it seems like Team Higgboson, they want to take away their threat early on in the game, and they of course are going against a big one.
Oh, the zone though, Salty takes another shift. K9 Esports in the smack center. OG as well, they've got a solid spot to play with. Rapid Chaos Esports on the left, Autobotz all the way up north, playing inside of Stalber. But Autobotz Esports, now they need to duke it out against AX.
We'll find out how that goes, but as of yet, it seems like Madkings, they certainly are struggling in this fight. Reinforcements have been called in, all those needs to sail in, and this one might connect. It's going to push back Hero. Higgboson, I'm not really sure why the numbers aren't there in this fight, but they are not committing bodies, which is again a good sign, by the way.
Hero's down low. The man needs to reposition. Nade was tossed. And Hero, he fakes the footsteps. The man does not have a lot of HP. And he's also getting pushed up from the back lines. And that Molotov, it's going to spread to perfection as the man's eliminated from the game. And just like that, Higgboson, this is probably the earliest we've seen Higgboson get eliminated from a game, on the 16th.
Absolutely. This was a long journey for them as well. They rotated all the way from Georgepol towards Siverny, towards Stormer, and now towards Yasnaya is where they find their grave. But have a look at this team, TrueRippers. This is the team that I was backing. They haven't really been having the best of games so far, but what? Hydro, you're gonna blame your Igil for that. Just burned him a little bit, but of course he's gonna stabilize himself. They've lost Jelly. Igil is down and out. Kyo Lamau has been knocked out. Team AX, they're still in the picture, by the way. The threat hasn't really been neutralized.
Not yet. Still a bit of that circle towards Jasna Poliana. And this fight towards Stalber, it's now panning out to be real shaky. There's also going to be Autobotz Esports pushing up. So you got to wrap this one as soon as possible. TrueRippers and AX, it's probably one of the most scrappiest fights. And for TrueRippers, they once again restabilize. Getting the revivals back up on the fallen comrades. Everyone's now looking good and dandy. They even patched themselves up. But AX really does want to take it up close and personal. They don't want to let go of TrueRippers just like that. They want to eliminate them as soon as possible. And if that happens, AX will have a good control.
Love the fact that AX, they've actually smoked up the entirety of that entrance onto the doorway. Have a look at this team, TrueRippers as well. They're not really overextending too much. This nade was brilliant. The opening has been found. It is Hydro as well as Ronnie who are looking to double down on this. And Team AX might not just have enough time to react, Necro.
AX is getting cracked open. Hydro as well. He's got the skyline. He can really just beat down and just fire them. And that's what he's doing. Taking a lot of shots on the foes. From the skyline, he's got a major high ground advantage. And Hydro was able to just mop the floor with the opponents. Just one last man left for AX, and I highly doubt he can do anything as Henry gets wrapped up in a sheet as well. And just like that, AX, they've been eliminated from the game.
Another bad game for Team AX, to be honest, but the circle did flip on towards the south side of Yesnaya. All of a sudden, it seems like all of these teams who were battling it out on towards Storber has been thrown off guard. They were not expecting yet another hard shift, but now they have to move down south. Like you said, positions have already been occupied. Teams are stationed inside of Yesnaya. Teams have also positioned themselves on the north side of Yesnaya as well. How do you find those injection points? Team TrueRippers, they're going to be in a world of trouble.
They will be. Look at Madkings. Still problems continue. The utilities, they find the value. God's Reign dropping down a man number. It's not looking too good. God's Reign is losing out on men. Now just 2 more standing. Madkings, they're doing a phenomenal job in holding this spot down. 3 more men still alive for them, but now they're still breaching in God's Reign's territory. Now letting go of them just like that. Utilities are up and available, but Madkings, they're constantly breaching in and shutting them down. God's Reign now surviving with just 1 last man left over. And for Madkings, they've got 2. Cyrax is also one of the players. Utilities tossed out from Neo. He wants to isolate the duels first. And these utilities aren't doing a lot of damage either. But they're doing a good job in clearing the areas. And now Neo gets pounced up as well, as Cyrax is going to put the final nail in the coffin.
But a lovely nade comes in from LASTADE. It seems like he wants to go in for the third party. Yet another battle begins. It is going to be Rapid Chaos versus Blitz. And Blitz, it is rare to see them fall apart as Chandan goes down. Rapid Chaos, they get yet another finish on the block. 2 has been added on their scorecard already. They've lost 1 man. 2 of their players have been knocked out, but they are still standing tall as they still hold on to their position in Yasnaya. But back into this fight, it seems like Team Autobotz, they're looking at third party against Madkings. And that can be a possibility with those nades coming in from Lobster. They're devastating.
It's such a chaotic end. Yasna Poliana as well in contention inside of the circle. Then you've also got the open fields of Yasna up north. Oh no. A lot of these teams, they're being fiddled with. And the BGMI gods just playing with their emotions. Shifting the circle in probably one of the most awkward spots. And it's really catching a lot of these teams off guard. They just don't know what to do.
But then again, Reckoning Esports, they come back into the limelight. It seems like they did find a lovely little vantage point. Phoenix has been shut down, has been knocked down as well. They are, of course, in a lovely position, but from somewhere they are getting shot, and it seems like it is coming in from the backlines. K9 Esports have the high ground, and they are dominating. Slug finds the first knock. He's also looking to try him on the second one as well. Brilliant recovery. Just sprays down the most on the lawn against Reckoning Esports, and they are in shambles.
It's Groza, and it's an absolute shredder. It's really tough to go up close and personal against Groza. He will just keep on mowing you down, and that's what the man is doing. Slug from the top, his teammates as well from the sidelines. Reckoning Esports, they ain't standing a single chance. Everyone gets devoured. K9 Esports, it's their supremacy up north. But you've still got a few more teams on the left, and that's going to be Soul and OG right next to each other. And there's a big chance the fight as well might just break out soon. Soul's already lost out in the main man. OG, they're really not sparing anyone. Another man taken down low. Soul's on the run. Tucking their tails, do not want to fight OG. Now Soul can feel that fear. But even for OG, they've lost out on Aru in return.
They've got to work out their differences. This is high time, Team Orangutan, to finish off this fight because both the teams, they are struggling to move inside the zone, and even Team 8-Bit wants to join the party from the distance. This is, of course, a long-distance engagement. Team Soul, they have been cornered, they have been peppered, they have been battered, and now they're bruised as well. Can Team OG capitalize on the opportunity? Because Team Soul, they certainly are hurt, and one man who can stop that from the onset of the inevitable, it's got to be Goblin.
The Orangutans going for a reset. Fallen man back up. Soul now going for a reset themselves. They have utilized this silence to once again get the fallen comrades back up. The Blues on the move. Utilities! Oh, being tossed real close, but Athunki, he once again threats that needle. Another nade tossed out, and that's going to be the confirmation. But look at these shots taken from AKOP. They do not find a proper knock, but even 8-Bit, now they chime inside of the fight. As OG, they lose out another man. And the confirmation as well instantly follows. 8-Bit, they're actually doing a lot of damage against OG, but it's fine. Things under control. K9 Esports is one from the sidelines, now taking shots against Athunki. But the man's okay.
Kings of the North, it is going to be K9 Esports. With Team Orangutan, they are certainly coming in to challenge them for that position. You've got Knight, has found the opening. One finish on the man. Slug has been brilliant so far. Team Orangutan, they are in the dip. Team Soul, they are struggling. Just one man, Goblin, left alive. Slug from the backlines finds Aru as the Igil falls. This is lovely stuff. They come in from all angles. They jump in from all directions. And Team Orangutan, they're almost about to be eliminated. And yes, they are.
Indeed, they have been. OG was too exposed. And for K9 Esports, it was a day with destiny. collect all those points. 8 finishes racked up. K9 now the verge of wiping out the Goblin as well. The El Goblino, the man's not going to be alive for too long. He will be devoured. And it's not often you will see a Goblin being scared. But this is one of those moments. He can feel the heart pumping out of his chest. As K9, they march slowly and steadily, every step riding Goblin's death.
Everyone in the north has been abomished. K9 Esports, Team Soul. We had Team 8-Bit who were holding down inside of Yesnaya, and all the teams who have been left alive are inside of those hard covers, by the way. Apart from Team Soul and K9, there's nobody who's been left alive in the north. Nebula Esports, who are at the edge of the circle.
Wow.
By the way, this time the circle shifts on top of them, but they do not have the numbers advantage. They've lost on the Kratos, they've lost on Adi. It's just Phoenix and Nomi. And Nomi has been scintillating form inside of the grind so far, has got about 20 frags to his arsenal, and certainly can add more in this particular game.
No matter who the MVP is going to be for this game, one MVP is for sure, and that's going to be the zone. What are these curveballic shifts? For a moment we thought it's going to be another shift, then it instantly shifts down south, once again goes back up north, and now it shifts down south once again. The circle is literally fiddling with minds. And for K9 Esports, out of nowhere, now they're in a big disadvantageous spot. Everyone's looking at K9 Esports. Goblin's position's compromised as well, and while K9's going to travel that slope, everyone from Yasna and Poliana will be taking those shots.
It's going to rain bullets. For sure, Necro, it's going to rain bullets as soon as they try and drive down south. It's an open terrain, it's an open grassland. Look at those rice paddy fields. Might actually turn into their graveyards as Omega is going to be the one to lead the charge, and Lobster is just preparing himself. When is he going to take those shots? Or even is he going to take those shots? It's not really.
Oh, I like those bridges. K9 really using big braids. All the players behind ridges and haystacks. They've at least found themselves a bit of that cover to play with. It is not the best, but it is something they can work with. Eventually, Mafia as well from VS actually steals that elimination point away. So VS now reaping the benefits. And keep this thing in mind, VS, they've got all the 4 players still standing, by the way. Around the southern side, they are playing. And now VS really wants to take a fight and chime against the players of K9 Esports. It's probably going to be one of the most awkward fights. Everyone can see them exposed. It's better for both the teams to not go for the fight. It's just going to end up eliminating them. Goblin getting eliminated, that's going to be the elimination of Soul.
Team Nebula and Autobotz, by the way, they have the best seed in the house to take on this fight. Have a look at this. Team Autobotz, they chime in. Mafia has been taken out. This is what I was talking about. They had the best seed in the house. None of those players could get exposed. And as soon as you get exposed, you're going to get shut down. Team 8-Bit on that western flank, on that eastern flank, pardon me for that. Seems like they are under fire because they've got nothing but this tower to play with in Rapid Chaos Esports. They've got them marked. I don't think Team 8-Bit, they are surviving unless and until they find a way to move out of this spot without taking damage.
Yeah, 8-Bit's messed up. I don't think they can do a lot. No vehicles to play with. And even that cover. There's a big chance the next circle's not going to be favoring it. K9 Esports knowing the fact that VS, they're hurt. And even K9 wants to press upon the triggers. Push up even more and punish them. K9 Esports slowly and steadily crawling forward. Oh, that nade trajectory, it's right there. Victorious Sumus. The boys on the opposite side of the spectrum now tossing out the utilities. And oh my god, that nade was really close. Almost could have threat the needle as well, but always from the back, he actually finds a return knock. This is some brilliant stuff. Victorious Sumus somehow able to flip the odds and tables. But utilities being tossed now from VS. They want to control and they want to play for this entire fight. VS is not going to back away, but they're also getting shot at from the sidelines. It's also Autobotz Esports constantly third-partying.
Another nade that comes on top of Omega. This man has constantly been trying to crouch and prone, but it seems like the shots coming in from the sidelines and cause so much hurt as Lug crawls back to safety. Victorious Summers fall back from this fight. They understand this is not their home turf. This is always the away ground. Take this battle and have a look at the circle. Once again, it shifts on top of all of these players. It's just Team 8-Bit who has been thrown off guard. They have been outcast from the circle and now they want to make the plunge. And as they want to drive by, it seems like Rapid Chaos, the spray has come in. But Team 8-Bit, they find this spot for themselves.
How did they just cross? Juicy's all the way back in the blue. Juicy's going to be taking a lot of damage. Backs against the wall. Juicy's not going to be able to survive. There is a smoke trail, but Juicy's done for. He sacrificed himself for his team, providing that cover fire, making sure that his teammates will be able to cross on. But Juicy's messed up. He can't do anything. The Blue's on the constant move. Juicy's going to be taking a lot of damage. He needs to expose himself and move out in the open. And Autobotz Esports, they will collect that gem. Eventually, Juicy gets confirmed, and that's going to be it for that man. But 8-Bit, they're still surviving with 2 men.
I'm not really sure if they are going to be troubling the scorers. They've just got 2 eliminations so far. Rapid Chaos Esports. They move out of those compounds back into the apartments right next to Madkings. As they invite these battles, Team Autobotz have been looking to find openings as well. This has been a very clever game coming in from Autobotz. Minimizing risk and trying to gain the profits. And look at Team Godlike. Absolutely in shambles. 3 players knocked down, 0 finishes on the block, just 1 man surviving. Can Admino get at least a few placement points for his team? Because otherwise, Team Godlike, once again, the momentum is going to be shut.
Everyone was happy when Godlike got those points in the previous game. But I mentioned this one thing when I was looking at the game of the backlines. The job's not done yet. They're still pretty close to be thrown down at the bottom. And that's what's happening. K9 Esports. What just happened there? Knight, a quick peek, and that's going to be the elimination of VS from the game. Solid stuff from K9 Esports. Now they control the entire trail. That terrain is on the name of K9. They've also got a solid control now.
Look at the numbers, by the way. 11 eliminations on K9 Esports. Now, we did not anticipate this. Victoria Summers, I guess they were trying something out over there, potentially to move inside of Yasnaya, but they've been shut down. Look at this counter. Lobster, brilliant spray down that AK. It's been a long time we've seen this. Yeah. 7.62 Demons sing the songs of death, but now Lobster once again has been brilliant. Getting that knock, almost bring the other player down. Madkings, they are, of course, just surviving with 1 lad, and that will be in the form of Pro. The nade comes in. Madkings have been wiped off. Team Autobots, they still survive.
Still some solid stuff. Autobotz Esports. They had that apartment with them from the start till the end. But now Nebula, they got to start making the moves. Nebula is also getting pounced on by the players of 8-Bit from the back. Nebula's got to take it a little bit serious now. Nomi on top. The man from Nebula taking the shots as well. But Knight from the sidelines. He's like a thief. Constantly stealing the elimination points away. But at the same time, he's not scared of fighting you straight up. And Knight's been getting those elimination points. He's been getting the job done. K9 Esports on the verge of pulling off a miraculous and a massive game. As 8-Bit, there we go. The final man spotted, but still Nebula. The casualty hits the deck. And now for Nebula, there's only going to be 1 last man standing. For K9 Esports, though, this is a major and a massive game.
What a ridge and what a turnaround for K9 Esports. Nobody anticipated this. That they're going to be surviving, coming down the hills onto the rice paddy fields. But they have done something which is unthinkable. But look at Admino from the sidelines. Of course, a lot of shots just come in, but Omega misses those shots. Admino finds a way to move inside. He found himself 3 crucial points before going down, and also a position inside the top 4. So a few placement points to work around. But have a look at this. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome the top 3 of this game. It is going to be K9, Autobotz, and Team Nebula. This is Nebula just have 1 man. It is a 3v3v1, but what a standoff in between K9 and Autobotz do we have in front of us.
Nebula Nomi. The man's crawling towards the centric part. K9 Esports, 3 players next to each other playing in tandem. Oh my god, that connection. Now he knows there's definitely someone in that area. He got the hit markers, and Knight is probably going to try to just mow down the lawn. A little bit more on the right. Come on, my man. Utilities tossed out as well, but even that's not going to be on the mark. Knight. There is someone on your right. And Nomi, he's just constantly repositioning himself. He knows there's going to be a lot of nades on his way. Nomi does not have a lot of HP either, so he can sustain all that damage. He just needs to keep himself down, and that's what the man is doing.
But Negro, look at this. K9 Esports, they're actually out in the open. They shut him down. It was Omega who find the knock, but Slug in the front lines has been knocked down. It is Team Autobots who want to chime in as these nades to come in. It is Knight and Omega who keep themselves alive, but this nade can do a lot of damage. Lobster in those rice fields and laid down in the open. Night falls. It's all down to the IGL, who gets shut down as well. It is Autobotz who steal away the chicken dinner from the hands, from the clutches of K9. But it's been a fantastic game on the rice paddy fields. And what an ending.
They pull off a nuclear game. Autobotz Esports, exactly what they needed and exactly what they got. And now this performance, once again, is going to put Autobotz Esports in such a good spot in the overall standings. They're going to be happy with this one. And without a doubt, this is a 25-plus point chicken dinner, if I'm not wrong, from Autobotz Esports. They had a lot of elimination points. Speaking of Godlike, all thanks to Admino, he was still able to get the consistent point flow, so you can't say they at least achieved the average.
Average or non, I'm not really sure, but in my opinion, this was one of the best Erangers that we have seen so far inside this grind. I was so happy about the way K9 just tackled with so many problems, coming down from Stauber through the hills, and then of course dealing with the likes of Orangutan, dealing with the likes of Team Soul, and then of course dealing with the likes of Victorious Sumus. Those were some constant battles that they had to go through, but the teamwork and the precision of those call-outs, it was just so brilliant.
Autobotz Esports, just look at this. Positioning, absolute masterclass coming through from Autobotz. And somewhere down line, yeah, since they were able to secure a lot of points, I would say it's going to be a 21-point chicken dinner, which is of course not bad. But I personally thought they were actually able to get a lot more, but that's not the case. I thought they probably got 25 plus, but that's not the case. They got 21.
This is good enough, Necro. What are you talking about? 21 points is actually pretty good. Lobster with 5 eliminations. Pro with 5 eliminations. I think from that, yes, Naya, Polyana region, I think Autobots were the only team who were managing to dominate. For a moment, I thought that 8-bit would actually do something unthinkable, because in those towers, through the smoke, the way they were about to enter the circle, I thought that, wait, is 8-bit onto something? But then, of course, from that point on, I think it completely got taken down. But what a game did we have. Of course, for Godlike, like you said, the climb still remains. But for Orangutan, it was not the best of outings.
And especially that fight between K9 Esports and Victorious Sumus. For a moment, we thought that VS might just win it. But then later on, somehow, Knight was able to shut down all of them. And just for a flash, we saw Knight taking those shots, and within a moment, everyone from VS was eliminated. So that was pretty solid stuff from K9 Esports, and we cannot even ignore it. They also got a lot of points. But for now, let's move on to a short break. Welcome back after that short break, and now it's Icy with me on the panel. And Icy, after watching that chaotic ending towards Yasna Polyana, there were so many expectations from big names, but it was Autobotz who was able to get 21 points out of that one.
Well, speaking of Autobotz winning a winner-winner chicken dinner here, I personally felt like I'm on the same page as Salty as well, because K9 showed a masterclass of dominance from on top of the mountains, who technically, quote-unquote, should be out in open, but everyone kind of expected the circle kind of shift in favor of K9 out in open. That's why you see OG kind of push out, you see 8-bit as well, you even see Soul. Everybody was trying to get into the out in open here to try and find some sort of cover, but eventually when the zone shifted back into Yasnaya, well, obviously you can see Yasnaya just I would say Autobotz winning the entire chicken dinner itself.
Yeah, I mean, K9 Esports, they had a lot of elimination points to back it up as well, right? 6 placement points as well added through. I'd really want to see how many points they were able to acquire. But hey, you guys can help boost the prize pool off this BGIS 2026. All you need to do is just play the game with your squad mates. That's it. There's a feature called Discovery Island inside of the game available, and while you're playing, you are also going to be contributing towards the prize pool of the BGIS 2026, and you're also going to be earning in-game rewards.
Now, bringing back towards the conversation as well here, I think now it comes out towards one final game here for all the teams to try and rack up some serious points. We did see a little bit of comeback from Autobotz here to try to fight for top 8. Godlike also having somewhat of a consistent performance in this past 2 games so far. Not an explosive one, but in this final game, they need an explosive one if they want to stand a chance to qualify for top 8 at least here for the quarterfinals itself.
Exactly. We've got the MVP of that previous game. It's going to be Lobster with 5 finishes racked up and 680 win damage dished out. And then even Pro coming through from Autobotz Esports with 5 finishes. Omega as well with 5 finishes, and Knight coming through from K9 as well. This time the IGL himself steps up big for K9 Esports. And as I mentioned, the elimination points were well split between K9. Even Slug was able to get a decent bit of elimination points. Even Ninja Boy was able to rack up a few elimination points for himself. So moving on towards the point standings, 19 points in total from K9. That's a lot of eliminations as well. And moving on towards Autobotz getting 21 points. For Nebula Esports getting 7, Godlike as well getting 7. At least they have managed to reach the average.
I think this is a good win here coming from Godlike here, just because of Admino getting those placement points, right? So I think now, in terms of 7 points, is this a good situation? Normally, mathematically, it's not very great, but because of this vacuum that has been created from Autobotz and K9, it does give Godlike a chance to kind of pick themselves up. They were on last place at the start of the day, now they're on 13th position, and now the gap between them and Nebula is about 20 over points. So one massive game from Godlike, they should be able to stick into its top 8. However, with winner chicken dinners coming from Autobotz, they are currently on the 4th position and the 4th team that joined the ranks of the triple-digit mark. Only 4 teams has reached so far, and they're very close towards the qualification mark.
Yeah, pretty much. Even Rapid Chaos Esports, they're extremely close, right? One game with 5 or 6 points, even they can instantly reach that 3-point marker. And you've also got Blitz right there with 95, TrueRippers as well, Nebula Esports not too far back. So the top 8 is definitely solidifying that lead over and over again. Speaking of OG, for them, yeah, few games they do really good. Few games you will see that instant downfall in performance. The previous game as well, not a lot of points secured. That's why you see OG being kicked outside of that top 8.
Yeah. Now, speaking of banners coming in from Reckoning Esports and Victorious Summers here, it feels like it is not really coming online towards them here for some reason. Victorious Summers, they had a little bit of a good endgame-ish situations. They set up smokes, they did everything right, but luck just wasn't in the favor of Victorious Summers, because we know for a fact that this team, they do have the firepower to deal with a lot of teams, and their third-party timings has been spot on. It's just that there's always something that has mentally affected them, and one of them includes Autobotz as well.
I beg to differ there a little bit. I personally think, especially that fight against K9 Esports and VS was able to find that first knock. If they would have just pressed the charge and pushed up even with those smokes, I feel like VS would have won that. The odds of you winning a 3-on-2 is a lot more than a 3-on-3. I feel like VS should have taken that on.
See, that's you also kind of amplifying my point right here. Like, what is going on with the Victorious Summers? They have the capabilities, but it feels like something has made them doubt themselves for some reason.
Yeah, so I mean, I would still say it's their own fault, the way they are taking those decisions and making those priorities as well. I personally do think playing that bridge was a really good idea, but not prioritizing that fight against K9 Esports and just backing away like that. Yeah, even Autobotz Esports from the top was constantly taking shots against you, so taking that fight against K9 would have actually proven out well, but they just backed away. And speaking of Godlike, yeah, that rotation inside of Yasna Poliana as well, that moment they made that, it was extremely shaky. They had all the 3 players standing, by the way, when they did so, but especially when the circle shifted up north, Godlike, for some reason, without even utilizing smokes, they decided to push out and they got mowed down.
I think they got a little bit greedy and overzealous in that kind of situations. I agree with this point that you need to kind of set up smokes preemptively, especially with the competition level at this stage itself, right? Like, these are teams that have qualified throughout the entire year, last year itself. These are the top teams, arguably the top teams of India of 2025. And they would have a decency to actually spray you down. They do have the capabilities to take you down and punish you for silly mistakes like that. So I get where you're coming from, but now I also want to bring up towards a surprising factor here. Higgboson finally losing a little bit of steam, considering that they are the most consistent team thus far. That it has been, what, 14 matches so far?
Yeah.
Out of the 14 match, this is the only game that they kind of fell short.
Yeah, this is the only game where they got no points, I think. They got eliminated on the 16th spot with no amount of points, and this was the first game where they have been eliminated on the 16th. And yeah, that is a feat to achieve, I guess. If everyone else is watching Higgboson, I would say there's definitely a lot to learn from this team. They know exactly how to survive in the game, and they know what exactly needs to be done. But for now, let's move on towards the upcoming game and find out how this one's going to look like. The planes in the skies, and this time starting all the way from the northern side. A little bit tilted towards the left as well, since Zarky is also going to be in contention. But moving all the way on the southern side, it's going to be towards the Snoka military base. Now that's playing fly path. It is pretty close towards school, but a little bit far away from Yasna Poliana. Once again, a chance VS and Seoul will go for a clash.
Well, speaking of a potential clash, right? Like, we've seen Seoul kind of taking interesting drops for quite some time as well. Earlier the first week week 3 in particular, the first few days, so they did kind of engage in OG not once but multiple times. And yesterday the trend is focusing on VS, and now they're doing it again. So I'm not idea what the idea is coming from Seoul, considering that they are in a situation where they're lacking in terms of position points in Erangel, because on the map standings itself, you can see that they do have 26 finishes in total in all the Erangel matches that they played, but 0 position points, which is kind of concerning if you think about it here. 24 finishes, but 0 position points in Erangel.
I mean, these map standings are definitely quite interesting, right? Especially for teams like RECKONING Esports. Yeah, they're not doing too hot on this map. But as we also saw in the overall standings, they just need 5 points to reach that 100 points marker. And it's not going to be tough for a team like RECKONING Esports to get it. All they need to do is just go frag heavy. Speaking of Godlike, they've managed to acquire 34 points in total so far. That's definitely concerning, and I'm pretty sure Godlike will try to improve on that. But now looking at what's happening on the screen, Seoul drop clashing against OG. Probably one of the most scrappiest drop clashes, but Seoul, it feels like they're actually doing a pretty good job in making sure that OG is going to fall apart. OG losing out on pretty much their big players, and now Seoul, they've got the major man advantage, and just like that, OG has been eliminated from the game too.
Okay, I wasn't expecting this, but Seoul has pretty much won all 3 drop clashes against OG from time to time. And for OG to decide to take a drop clash against Seoul directly and losing out right from the get-go, it is pretty much a statement here. I'm not exactly sure what's going on between OG and Seoul, but it seems like they do have some sort of rivalry going on in Group A.
Yeah, I'm not even sure what's going on with them, because they have been dropping next to each other since the start. It's not just this year, even the past year. Well, OG has been dropping towards Rozhok.
That's the thing, right? Last year, Seoul has respected OG in Rozhok, and they have been playing school respectively. But this time, Seoul, they're just, you know, contesting both OG and Victorious Summers at the same time. You can see, even though they've lost one player, they're actually heading the direction towards Yasnaya to actually challenge Victorious Summers. I do not know what the idea is. Okay, never mind. They double back there.
Yeah, Seoul, it's like they do not even want to loot. They're instantly just out for fights. They want to get the elimination points. I'm not even sure what the game plan is for Seoul. Well, they haven't even loot up the school and the apartments area. They do not have sustainable loot.
Well, for all things considered, I think OG has decided to leave Rozhok to Aryan, who arguably does find Rozhok as their comfortable drop spots from prior to BMPS last year. Until BMSD came, OG was able to shove them out towards Boatyard.
I think Aryan capitalized on Rozhok the moment they realized that OG has been eliminated from the game. So Aryan now can loot a little bit more and loot better. Nebula Esports, there is Seoul in the close proximity, so be a little bit careful. And Seoul's actually heading all the way towards Lipovka. Interesting.
Huh.
Oh, I know what happened, I see.
What?
The previous game, Victorious Sumus dropped on top of apartments in order to target Seoul.
Okay.
So Seoul switched up their drop location, went towards that area, but even OG this time dropped around them. And there was an unfortunate clash between Seoul and OG. That was not calculated.
Yeah.
It just happened.
But I think it comes down to... Okay, I get where you're coming from as well, right? Just because it's like a temporary setback, the timings are kind of off. That's why they just don't want to go in for Victorious Summers. But do you think now that they're heading to Lipovka, they're going to loot up and try and intercept Victorious Summers from the east side?
No, I don't think.
Okay.
The only reason why Seoul did so, it's because Seoul realized that VS always drops around that patrol pump. And they wanted to catch him off guard. They already did so. It was a one-time wonder. Because Seoul, of course, cannot do it again because VS has now changed their ways. VS does not drop there anymore.
Well, no more free points for Seoul, I'd say. But for all things considered, let's talk about the previous team that has won the winner chicken dinner. This should be a huge morale booster for Autobotz Esports, who has been dying to find for some sort of a big game. And with that big game, they're currently in the top 4, and this is the Autobots that we kind of remember them for as well, especially coming from Areep and Lobster, the 2 stars coming from Autobotz Esports. And it's nice to see that they have picked up their momentum a little bit here. They now are in the top 8. I wouldn't say too comfortable, but it is still a very, very decent amount of points. So in this game, getting 5 to 10 points is going to be the most ideal situation for Autobots.
I mean, look at that. They're in the top 4. Feeling pretty comfortable. Yeah, I do understand still getting 5 or 6 points in this game is also going to be the cherry on top of the cake. So for Autobotz Esports, yeah, not slacking off is going to be a good idea. Unless everyone underneath them, including TrueRippers, Blitz, Rapid Chaos Esports, gets eliminated. Then they can't slack off if they want. But still, why would you want that cushion to be gone? You just got to keep on building up their lead.
Now, speaking of lead here, Xtreme Godlike, seems like they do not have any much vehicles here. They're going to be setting Amino alone to actually loot up a little bit. They are kind of a little bit split off as well. And considering that Godlike, they do have a goal today itself. It should be an explosive round. They've done so much better. Today is their best performance out of all the days that have played so far in both weeks coming from Xtreme Godlike.
Oh my god, look at that soul split they've got. It's a big split they're playing with. Since they rotated on the right side, now Seoul, they're prioritizing to rotate down south as well. They think the circle's going to move down south. For teams like K9 Esports, though, now breaching in late, and if the zone does shift down south, K9 Esports will be messed up.
Oh, might be. Well, same can be said for Autobots as well, which is going to be the furthest away from the zone. I'm really surprised that K9 did not decide to rotate early because of the fact that they do have one of the earliest drop, especially coming from Zarki, when the flight path initially started out. But for Rapid Chaos Esports, well, they've just pretty much gotten themselves into a pre-mod, so they are going to be a little bit late to the zone. But let's talk about teams inside the zone right now. Reckoning Esports is pretty much smack middle of the zone. This is going to be a team that we have to watch out for, just because of the fact that Levi is the star of last year, right? And in this case, we've seen moments of brilliance coming from him, but it feels like the whole team is just a little bit disoriented.
Yeah, the puzzle, it's not really forming up that well. It's not being solved. There's still a lot of question marks around Reckoning Esports. Have they found the right piece of the puzzle? And to be honest, it's not just Reckoning Esports struggling too, right? There's so many teams, VS, Godlike, 8-Bit. The names are just going on. And these are some of the big names, by the way, AX included. They started things off so well for the Group A. AX was dominating. But just that one day, later on, we saw AX just getting absolutely dominated. And then we haven't seen that same performance being replicated.
Yeah, since day one, it truly is just kind of concerning as well, considering that Henry has been pulling off some really, really sick strategies right from day one. But after that, things just did not work out.
Yeah.
It seems like they are split off, but the connection when it comes to going for flanks and this off angle is just not working out. But of course, the highlight of Group A, we have to talk about the surprising factor, Higgboson Esports. The team to be watching out for, always having circle control for, I don't know, 13 matches out of 14.
Oh, the zone, though, it's going to be important. Is
me.
it going to shift down south, or is it going to go up north?
When you look at Higgboson, the circle is going to go there. Oh, okay. Close enough. Close.
But still tilted a little bit more down south. For God's Reign, this can be a big advantage. And now, if you think about it, Seoul was actually thinking a 200 IQ move. They were preparing for the circle to move down south, and still the circle is evenly distributed. It's really tough to say anything. Yeah, a little bit more of that portion is down south. You see the teams rotating down south as well, slowly and steadily. Look at the left side of the bridge. So many teams want to take the initiative. God's Reign, though, bridge camping everyone. And 8-Bit this time, they're going to be in a lot of problem. Skips falls back. The man does not have a lot of HP. And he wants to play it passive and safe. This nade's cooked to perfection, but still does not do damage.
Oh, just needed like 0.5, 0.2 seconds down lower. Maybe the nade would have dropped down lower to actually connect on Skips. It looks really good, though. But Skips, he's pretty much stuck in a rock and hard place. He does have the cover, but Destro is looking for a flank as well. He does have the high grounds and has got him pinned. He needs some sort of backup, but he's going to be stuck here. Skips gets exposed, and the nade will connect. Destro gets tagged up really bad, though. Raiden almost finding the knock there. Unfortunately, Raiden has to back off, and they may consider diving underneath, though, because of God's Rain's pit stop hold right now. And even Justin, a very, very far off angle to try and pressure onto his 8-bit now.
Yeah, God's Rain constantly peppering away those shots. Raiden, the man's chipped down real low. I don't think 8-bit's going to stand a chance if they keep on playing around these railings. They got to go back up. The man pops an adrenaline shots. 8-bit in a real awkward spot. They do not have a proper spot to play around with. The man's just being pinned. Justin from the sidelines, constantly taking those shots. And yeah, Godlike is on that rotation as well. This rotation's going to be good for Godlike since they're directly going to land towards, I think, the containers. So it's going to be all good for them. NoRippnoy is going to be theirs. Madkings as well in a bit of that receiving line.
Yep. And at the same time, Higgboson, they find a couple stragglers here. Seems like they are going to be fighting on the edges. But meanwhile, gets picked off from afar as Aryan was able to get a knock onto his Omega. Very, very long shot there. But the question here is Higgboson going to be looking to try and pick him up? They are going to make an attempt here. The sprays are coming in. But Aryan has got them pinned. And it seems like they will not go for a commitment here. Omega is going to be left stranded as the rest of the teams from Higgboson has pretty much completely abandoned ship. While Aryan, they are going to be looking to try and take those loots perhaps here. They want to get those confirmations first. Well, seems like it's not going to be worth it here, but it seems like we do have ocean rotations. We saw early on from Hero Extreme Godlike, and now we also see coming from Rapid Chaos Esports. So we are going to be seeing a lot of potential boat fights.
Even they're on the run. The circle, it actually shifts down south. It's got everyone off guard. Even Soul's pulling off a boatation. This is brilliant. The only reason why Soul went towards Lipovka is to get their hands on the boat. And now they've already gotten it. Soul's going to have that boatation. Godlike is already towards NoRippnoy. Even Rapid Chaos Esports, they pulled off a boatation to cross on. For Madkings as well, they've got a boat. Everyone's looking good. Other than teams like Autobotz Esports and Higgboson and Team AX, what are they going to do? Autobotz Esports is still all the way back in the blue, by the way.
Oof, this is a rough circle to actually play. Like, we've seen Godstrain play these kind of circles before, and they're doing a fantastic job keeping every single team from North in check. We saw Reckoning still stuck outside of Milta. We still see Victoria Summer's going to be going for the slam. This is going to be a very, very brutal circle where every single team is going to be struggling to go their way through. And Blitz, if they don't find a boat, they're going to be fish in the sea later on for God's Reign. This is a signature classic God's Reign circle as well. And if they play this well, every single team is going to struggle. And speaking of which, so they finally make their way through the ocean, one of the furthest away from the zone itself, falling in the tracks of Hero Extreme Godlike, which is very far ahead though.
Uh-oh. Reckoning Esports under heavy fire. Roman was catching a lot of those strays. Now this nade as well. It's tossed right next to him and Roman will be eliminated. He's knocked out in the open. He cannot survive. K9 Esports, it's a day with Destiny, feeling pretty good. But K9 as well, now they need to eliminate everyone around them if they do want to make that rotation. But still, there's too many teams. For K9 Esports to eliminate every possible one, that's going to be really tough.
Yeah, this is a problem for all the teams in the North right now. Regardless of whoever comes out on top, someone is going to take casualties regardless of whatever the situation. And K9 Ninja, look at this. Ninja Boy used up almost all his ammunition to try and find some sort of rotations. Roman gets knocked from Reckoning, but Omega is keeping Reckoning at bay. No openers yet. Reckoning now knows exactly where Omega is. Roman still alive, life pinging his position. You can see the nades coming in, but no knock so far.
Yeah.
What a tricky spot to be in here, at least for K9. On the finish feed as well, you can see people just dropping bodies left, right, and center. And Soul, they just got eliminated by TrueRippers. Where, how, and what
The boat got blown up. The boat got literally blown up. And everyone from Soul was eliminated. AX, it's a desperate rotation. And somehow 8-Bit, they're not able to stop them. The wall's cracked open. And 8-Bit's defense, even that falls apart. Raiden is still there. He wants to get the confirmations on the fallen players, and he might just be able to do so as well. Gets the confirmation on Henry. AX. The remaining two players, they're literally running for their life. They just want to make it inside of the circle no matter what, but Juicy's going to be isolated for them. Raiden, he's taken too much damage from the blue to try and go for the confirmation. It was probably one of the worst possible decisions. The players, they just keep on falling apart. Raiden, the man's already taken too much damage. Juicy's isolated inside of the circle. Nebula as well, now getting helped by VS, and even Higgboson. Where do you go?
You can see the desperation from every single team. They're rushing to the zone right now. It's stage 4 is about to move, and it's going to hurt double time. It seems like Higgboson, in this case, Hero is down to his first 8 kits. No more bandages as well, so he might be down for an account. Finally finds 10 bandages, but gets spotted out from Kratos from the back, so he's not going to be able to make out as well. As Kratos now going to be playing the healing games, got 6 bandages, but gets sniped from afar. As Autobotz was also one of the teams that is late in terms of rotations. But look at this, Ariba's got 33 bandages. They just might be half enough to barely make it into the zone before stage 5.
What is Autobotz even doing?
Oh my goodness.
They're so far back in the blue. They were stacking up on the meds. That's why they took long. Autobotz is ready to tank that damage from the blue, but I'm pretty sure the next stage, it's going to be unbearable. They cannot tank all that damage.
What a shot from Henry.
Yeah, this knock was beautiful. But still for AX, the damage is done against him. They've only got 2 men standing inside of the circle. The same thing can be said for 8-Bit as well. It's Juicy and Raiden. And now looking at Autobotz Esports. They've got all the men standing, constantly patching themselves up, and actually making it inside of the circle as well. On the opposite side of the spectrum, K9 Esports, they just straight up breach through. Do not care about anyone that's camping the bridge. VS, they're whipping all the shots. What am I watching? This is embarrassing. VS, come on. You're not supposed to whip shots like that. And now K9, they just flip the odds, and they flip the tables. VS being absolutely embarrassed.
Oh my goodness, Ninja Boy, what a flank. And just like that, Victorious Summers, they're down for the count, I would say. And K9, they break open the defense. Omega gets knocked, but it's okay. He's going to try and go for the save. Nope, try to pick them off with the vehicle, but Always is there to deny this. It is now going to be a 2v1 situation. The shots are coming in. Always gets taken down, and K9, they break through the barrier with 2 players still surviving. But the zone is still far off. TrueRippers, they've heard all these commotions and they are looking to try and intercept this as well. As Ninja Boy is going to try and dodge the fight, but on the other end, they might run into a hero stream Godlike. Uh-oh.
Definitely possibilities. 8 finishes garnered. K9 Esports now starting to feel themselves. If they do run against the players of Godlike, Manya is a little bit far away, so it's going to be proper 2-on-2 battle. And if K9 Esports is able to isolate even one duel against Godlike, that's going to make them feel even better. But no, instead they evacuate. They just run away. They want to find and place themselves in a good and a safe spot. And as of now, they do find that compound to work with.
Oh boy, K9, they get to stabilize. Going to try and protect those vehicles now. Slug is going to look for a couple of shots onto his RCE. Spots a pixel on Arjun though. Does some serious damage. But at the same time, K9, they're going to be A-okay. Now, it all comes down towards the next zone shift as well. Smokes has been preemptively used from Slug. Looks like he will shift on towards God's Rain. The shorelines is going to be up for grabs, and Blitz is going to be the fishes in the seas as of yet. TrueRippers coming from the east side, God's Rain in those compounds, and God's Rain pretty much the decider of fates here from every single team trying to make it inside the zone.
Blitz is so messed up. Oh my god, they can't do anything. It's a blown up hovercraft that they're using as cover, but the moment they move out, it's just going to be 3 points up for grabs. What can Blitz do?
Well, they can play for placement points. That's a good thing, you know,
Yeah,
considering
but
that they're inside the zone.
The circle's going to move away from them now.
Yeah.
And the Blue's already on the move.
10 bandages on Chandan, 10 bandages on Soham. Well, they're going to be tanking the damage inside the water probably to hold their breath. But let's take a look at the Autobots' fight between AX on how AX got completely annihilated. They first found the first knock, goes in for the nade, and then takes down the second guy. And that was a very clean takedown from Autobots.
To be honest, that was brilliant work from Autobotz Esports. Stacked up on a lot of meds. They knew they were going to be tanking the blue for a while if the zone does shift down south. So that was some brilliant stuff from Autobotz Esports. Good thinking. They were ready for this. But yeah, the only concern is that Autobotz Esports, they're lacking on utilities. They do not have a lot. So now they got to make sure that every single fight, it's going to be extremely precise. Utilities tossed out from Pro, once again doing that chip damage. Another nade tossed out, and this one, oh, it's going to be right next to Raiden. The man just ran into it. Big mistake from 8-Bit, and it's probably going to cost them their life as well. Autobotz Esports, while doing so, they also get their hands on the replenishments.
Oh my goodness, Autobots, how are they doing this, man? Now they found the entry point. They are going to push inside the zone, and they've got control of the west side. The only one stopping them is going to be God's Reign, but look at this. God's Reign is not even looking at them as well, as they are focusing on the teams up top. And HeroXtreme Godlike seems like they have pushed up close and personal, and they want to try and challenge God's Reign. HeroXtreme Godlike, they have to be careful. They are split off, but looks like Amino is going to try and pick up and take jabs on anyone, or in this case, an unsuspecting fellow from afar.
Why is Godlike so confident? I just hope they don't step the boundary of being overconfident. There's a very thin line in between that. Godlike, the sideline's quite exposed, so you gotta be a little bit careful. And now especially, even the smoke's popping out as well, so Godlike, it's gonna be a bit of that cover. K9 Esports from the back now, looking to make that pounce as well. Slug in the vehicle. K9, they've only got Slug standing. He's gonna be the only glimmer of hope left alive. Godlike taking shots against TrueRippers, and keep this thing in mind, there's also going to be Blitz coming out of the water, and Manya is unaware. Blitz will have the striking advantage.
Yeah, this is going to be a tricky situation to be in as well. HeroXtreme Godlike, they're distracted. They're trying to bob and weave any kind of flanks. This might be the opportunity for Blitz here. But Manya finds a knock onto those TrueRippers. And now Jelly is going to be exposed. The rest of TrueRippers doesn't want to commit to this. And Manya, look at this. They're blinded. They don't know Blitz is going to be coming up.
Oh my god,
they're
already
occupied.
Out. Blitz is already out. Saw him. He's got the advantage. But Godlike, they're also getting ran over by TrueRippers. What is Godlike doing? Rookie mistakes. They should not have taken the fight like that. But still, Jonathan, he's able to find 2 knocks. Jelly down as well. He finds another knock, another man. But still, the opponents, they've got the big advantage. TrueRippers, they've still got more men standing. But Jonathan, he finds another connection. But TrueRippers is just constantly running over the opponents. As now Keo, the man is still alive. This hovercraft play, it's not going to work out for too long. It's even Rapid Chaos. They're still around the fray. What is this entire circumstance that's happening?
Oh my goodness, the fourth party just keeps coming. Manya finally spots out Blitz, and they've realized they made a mistake. Blitz is coming to pincer them as well. But fortunately for Manya, he was able to find Savar. But Blitz, they make it to shore. But Manya, he gets sprayed down through the smoke, and Keo takes him down as well. And everyone goes down. HeroXtreme Godlike getting eliminated. Rapid Chaos Esports finds another one. This is just an absolute all-out brawl. But eventually, Rapid Chaos Esports is the one that wins this fight.
Rapid Chaos Esports. This was probably one of the most chaotic moments we've seen so far. Started from Godlike, TrueRippers eliminating Godlike, Rapid Chaos Esports coming through with the third party, a few more teams taking shots from the far fray, Blitz Esports able to cross on forward, and now Blitz, they've got the advantage. Oh my god, it can't be anyone's cup of tea. Even God's Reign just constantly spamming through. Not a lot of elimination points secured, but maybe God's Reign, you gotta look at your sidelines. Blitz is exposed. Those can be free points.
I'm really surprised God's Reign let go of those compounds. Like, now Blitz getting one of the best spots possible. This might be a Blitz game because of HeroXtreme Godlike's very, very erratic play, I would say.
Yeah. Godlike should have checked the water lines, but they completely forgot. And now Blitz, they get a second shot at life. And they better make the most out of it. This can be Blitz game, as you mentioned. And yeah, speaking of God's Reign, a team that has been there in the same spot somehow dropped down 2 bodies. So for God's Reign, it's not a good look. Even they gotta get away with at least more finish points.
This is my first time seeing a center circle-oriented circle that favored the edge teams, except for God's Reign. Like, every single team in this Final Four, Blitz, Rapid Chaos Esports, and also Autobotz, they are 3 teams that have played edge, fought through tooth and nail, and just made it to the Final Four. True. This is such a weird game, but props to these 4 teams.
Blitz Esports. Still keep this thing in mind. Rapid Chaos Esports is alive. And they've got all the 4 men up in the life. God's Reign somehow dropping down a man number. It's just going to sting them even more. Autobotz Esports, that masterclass we saw, it was brilliant too. And now for Autobotz Esports, they just want to keep their head stuck down and wait for the next zone to pop up. If it's going to take a shift away from them, then Autobotz Esports will go for the fights even more.
Oh my goodness, this is going to be a tough one, at least for Autobotz. And like you said, utility is very lacking. They're pretty much running out of smokes as well. They've got like a decent amount, like 1, maybe 4 smokes. But the vehicles are pretty much damaged as well, so they have to make all of it count. But it seems like the circle does put them in favor, so they don't really need to make a move first. It seems like Rapid Chaos Esports is going to be the ones to take move and try and get center control right now as they try and find off angles through the tree lines inside this forest bridge. But Blitz, they are getting out. It seems like they have to shift their focus onto his God's Reign as well, the only viable compound inside the zone on the west side, which doesn't provide a lot of angles to pick into the forest.
Blitz Esports. 2 finishes racked up so far. It's been a bit of a slow and steady run. For all the teams, actually, even Rapid Chaos Esports, they don't have a lot of points. But with these 5 eliminations, they've also crossed that 100 points marker, by the way. Now they're going to be in the triple digits, in the big numbers in the overall standings. Autobotz Esports looking across the fray once again. They know there is someone in that compound. And it's the entirety of God's Reign, which is just 2 players.
Such a tricky spot to be in. And like you said, you know, right now in God's Reign, they're pinned. They're inside the zone, but the problem is Blitz is setting their targets onto his dome from the north side. Autobotz is also going to be setting their targets onto his God's Reign. The only difference between these 3 teams is that all these 3 teams are aware of each other, but Rapid Chaos Esports is just unaware of what's happening on the decisions from Autobotz and also Blitz. They've heard gunshots, but they do not know what they're doing. And what they're doing right now is literally trying to check inch by inch onto the southeast corner of this region to try and figure out where specifically they are.
Yeah. The circle's too big. It can't contain everyone easily. And since it's shrinking slowly and steadily, it's going to force these teams to get in the close proximity soon. There will be a potential fight happening between Autobotz Esports and Blitz themselves. But look at this beautiful Porsche skin. Looks amazing.
What do you think it is? Is that really a Porsche?
Yeah, it is.
Wow.
Looks amazing, no?
Time to get one, boys and girls.
I know, right? Time to get one. But 2 broke, so maybe you can gift me?
I could, but again, if you can't afford a Porsche in real life, it's time to get one in-game. It's just significantly cheaper. So you're not that broke.
So gift me in-game as well.
You hesitated for a bit. Anyways, moving on. Seems like it is going to be a slow pace here. Rapid Chaos Esports, they did scout out the center control, so they have a rough idea on how the center layout is going to look like compared to everybody else, which is still kind of focused on each other. So this does give Rapid Chaos Esports a little bit of advantage to work with. But I'm pretty sure they are going to strike the moment Blitz and Autobotz decide to take shots onto his God's Reign, who's still hasn't really made their way outside those compounds yet. Well, as soon as I say this, I think Justin has just made the first move and no shots has been made yet. So I'm very surprised why Blitz has not taken shots.
Look at Autobotz. Utilities tossed out. That one's real close. Flash! Another nade tossed right next to the man, and Flash is barely standing. Not a lot of HP to work with. Flash, he just abandons that vehicle and falls back straight up. Toxic, he's able to thread the needle. Finds a crucial knock on Lobster. That's the big man down. Autobotz Esports now getting hurt and peppered even more. God's Reign, they leave that comfort zone and move out in the open instantly. Autobotz Esports too busy taking a fight against Rapid Chaos Esports, and God's Reign realized exactly that.
This is going to be a tricky situation. Chandan, he may have spotted Dhruv. Needs to be a little bit careful here. Dhruv slowly backing out. His yellow mummy suit is not going to be looking too good for cover, but looks like Chandan, he's a little bit afraid. He's going to back off as well, but seems like Autobotz, the nades continue to go on. As Rapid Chaos Esports, they may have taken a little bit of tumble here. The counter nades are coming in. Toxic gets knocked. Ralphie is able to find one, but Autobotz now reduced to just 1 player left. As God's Reign was able to chime in to help out Rapid Chaos Esports.
Oh no, no nades available. Ralphie. The man does not have anything, but still the shots, they're too deadly. Ralphie was able to find one, but that's all he got. Rapid Chaos Esports, they're down 2 men. If Blitz wants, they need to pounce on top of the opportunity right now. This is the only possible way Blitz can shut down Rapid Chaos Esports. They're down 2 men. Rapid Chaos Esports given enough time to go for the reset. Another man falls down. Constant problems brewing up. And Rapid Chaos Esports, they're taking too much damage. God's Reign, they've only got 2 men standing. Another nade tossed out against Rapid Chaos. This nade, it's going to get real up close. Toxic still there. Dhruv, he wants to fall back towards Toxic. There's a big smoke pathway being created by Rapid Chaos. This wall, it's going to protect them for a while. But for how long, that's the question.
Oh my goodness, the nade, they need to find connection here. Delta is struggling to find one. He has one Molotov. But at the same time, Solheim was able to get confirmation here. So it is going to be a 3v3v2 situation. Well, make that a 3v2 here. Because Delta was able to find another one as well. And just like that, Rapid Chaos Esports goes down. Tag team by both Blitz and God's Reign.
But now it's down to 1-on-3. This seems like an impossible clutch. Delta left in a real bad situation. God's Reign, they can't do a lot. But Delta, he still finds one knock, and that's all he got. God's Reign got real close to that chicken dinner, but once again, that track record, it must go on. God's Reign, they never win a game when the circle's on top of military base, and once again, that's what happened.
It's a little bit unfortunate here for God's Reign, but Blitz given a second shot in life from the seas itself. They rise up and they conquered and take the winner chicken dinner. That was a very, very impressive game coming from Blitz as well, but a very chaotic game in particular in that match.
They got to thank Godlike. Blitz Esports, Godlike has been their savior. Godlike taking that fight against TrueRippers was literally the biggest thing that Blitz needed, and that's what they're exactly waiting for. They were waiting for a big distraction. They were waiting for a big fight. The moment that happened, Blitz started to charge on, and they instantly got their hands on the surface. They had a pretty good spot as well to play with. And speaking of TrueRippers, the third party from Rapid Chaos Esports, it was a bit too much for them to handle.
Yeah, it was a little bit too much as well. But for all things considered, let's take a look at the final blow here. Autobotz, they did have their sights on towards Rapid Chaos Esports. Rapid Chaos Esports, they were the only teams with the most amount of vehicles, but they decided to actually back off. But the moment they got picked off from Blitz and also the nades coming from Autobotz as well as God's Reign, Rapid Chaos Esports just could not do anything about this. They've set up smokes, which is great, but they needed to find some openers, which again, they just could not do so. This wall of smoke is great, but again, can be scouted out with using utilities, which again, Blitz Esports had the most amount of utilities just because they weren't engaged in all these major fights.
Yeah, Blitz Esports was just avoiding all the odds on top of them. And since they were in the water lines for majority of the game, Blitz Esports did not use even a lot of ammunition. So Blitz Esports was pretty stacked up on resources. Winner with a chicken dinner stats as well on the screen. 5 finishes from Soham. This man was going bonkers, and Sorrow as well just getting 1. 6 points in total. That's going to be 16-point chicken dinner for God's Reign as well. It was not a lot of points when it comes to the eliminations, and even getting a few placement points, that's going to keep them the average spot.
Yeah, for all things considered here, now I'm really curious here. Did Hiroshima Godlike do enough for today itself to stand a chance to make it to the top 8?
No, I don't think.
Ooh.
The only good game was the first one, and after that, Godlike was just constantly tumbling. They got 7 points in previous to previous, which was the game of Wrangle. And now, in this game, I don't think Godlike had enough.
Yeah, I don't think so too as well. But it is a slow and steady start here. But let's take a look at the MVP of that match, because I'm curious to see who the MVP is from that match. I'm pretty sure obviously it's going to be coming from Blitz, right? Soham has 5 on himself. No, actually it's not. It's going to be Slug from K9 that actually gets the MVP. And interesting enough, K9 Esports was one of the few teams that got eliminated right from the get-go from the Nowded approach, because everybody was stuck outside, courtesy of God's Reign setting them all up.
Yeah, I mean, these top players definitely. K9 Esports, the fact that still someone is there is crazy. For TrueRippers as well, Hydra is right there getting decent amount of points. Then you move on towards the point standings as well. Blitz getting 16 points out of that one. Rapid Chaos getting 13. That's pretty beautiful. Even God's Reign able to steal away 12 points. You've got TrueRippers as well getting 9. K9 Esports getting 9 as well. Autobotz Esports, that masterclass that we just saw, rotating in late, stacking up on meds. It worked out pretty well for them.
But even then as well, let's take a look at Higboson's position here. They do not have position points, but they did win their engagement on the west side of the bridge itself. They've got themselves 7 elimination, which in this case, the 2 teams that won and made it into the end game here, I would say, in my opinion here, was K9 and also Autobotz initially. But all in all, it was just a free-for-all.
Hey, overall standings popping up on the screen as well. And the top 8 pretty much the same. Nothing changing over here. Nebula Esports once again cracking in. That's going to be 87 points on the board. Not too far away from the 100 points marker. TrueRippers reaching that as well. Now getting 101. Rapid Chaos Esports 108. That's pretty solid. Blitz Esports as well getting a lot of points out of that game. if you move on towards the latter half of the board, even that does not change at all. Seoul, the fact that this team is still on the latter half of the board, it's a bit concerning. Seoul needs one big game.
Yeah, speaking of big games as well, the expected cutoff is somewhere between 135 to 145 points as of yet. And Nebula is pretty much the gatekeeper on this situation, but they're not exactly safe just because they're the only team in the top 8 that has not broken the triple-digit bear mark. So that's I would say a concerning number for Nebula Esports. I was expecting a little bit better coming from them, especially for today. But it seems like Nebula Esports is nowhere to be found in this game for some reason.
Hey, look, luckily enough, there are still big names that are doing worse than Nebula, right? Seoul's doing pretty bad. OG's not able to do that good. Godlike's not able to pull off a lot of numbers as well. Even VS is struggling. 8-Bit is struggling. Madkings is struggling. We thought today would have been one of those days where we would see a major comeback. But no, that's not the case. Everyone is still struggling.
Yeah, it's just a very, very weird situation to be in, especially for all these teams watching them live here. But for all things considered, if you guys are a big fan of this, don't worry. None of these teams are going to be limited. They're just going to be seeded in quarterfinals and also the round 4 stages. But before that, we're going to be closing out this group. We're going to be bringing you a new group right after this short break.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits. Beyond limits.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind, and you guys are currently watching the English podcast. My name is ICBaby12. Joining me is Super Germany as we take you through the comedies for today. We've pretty much concluded Group A's performance today itself, and 3 matches has been done and dusted here. And obviously we saw a little bit of comebacks coming from Blitz, a very interesting map of Erangel. And now we're coming back with a brand new group, and that's going to be Group B in this upcoming match. So Johnny, what is going to be expected here coming from Group B?
I mean, I don't know what to expect, to be honest, because yesterday as well, no one expected NoNx to take that massive leap, where at one point we were seeing them struggle inside of the bottom 6, and now they are sitting second on the overall leaderboard. So those kind of shenanigans are what I would want to see more from Group B, especially considering NoNx's performance yesterday has shaken up the overall leaderboard completely. But if you guys want to shake up your presence inside of BGMI, well, check out the new collaboration between BGMI and Royal Enfield and get those amazing rides for yourself. There's the Continental GT 650 and the Classic 350 available for you. So pick whichever one is your favorite. And of course, if we are going to pick our favorite from these teams, Genesis has been my favorite, but last 2 days haven't just been the greatest for them.
Oh boy. Well, my favorite is still going to be TKM, just because they had one of the biggest comebacks yesterday as well. Yeah. I think they were the only one that actually proved my theory. They have the firepower. Their drop clashes has been solid. It's just that getting into positions, getting into macro decisions has been a big problem here for TKM. So I don't know. Are they going to do well here in this map of Miramar? We shall see. But for now, in these 3 games, Erangel 2 Miramars, let's take a look at the overall standings to give a little bit of recap here on how things are doing here for Group B. Zutsu, 108 points. NoNx with 102 points. A very, very good comeback from them yesterday. Yeah. Genesis taking a little bit tumble. Wyld Fangs did go up. Team Tamilas also making a comeback. Rising Esports taking a little bit of tumble. EVOX actually comes up. SINEWY also takes a little bit of tumble. But to give guys a little bit more context as well, SINEWY and 40R Official are the 2 teams that made one of the biggest comebacks yesterday.
Yeah.
But there is a problem. Today we have 2 Miramars for them.
That is true. It's going to be a problem, and that early drop clash from both these 2 sides, it's going to be interesting to watch. Apart from that, I think H4K as well is a team we need to mention, because there was a moment where H4K were extremely far behind along with TWB. Now TWB is the only team that's kind of far off from making a comeback in the upcoming 12 matches. They are going to have to play flawlessly, TWB, if they want to bounce back. But H4K yesterday were decent, because of which they find themselves in a position at the start of the day where they are 22 points away from the 8th position. 22 points can all be brought back in one match.
Well, speaking of top 5 players from that match as well, the team that we asked for to do good yesterday has performed and delivered. And Lucifer now sits at the tippity top here with 25 finish, sharing it with Spray God from Wyld Fangs, with Flock from Zutsu, Goten from Wyld Fangs, and also Hunters coming from Genesis. These are arguably one of the strongest 5 players in this lobby. And I think this is a pretty solid number, because these are no names. The only one that is kind of new to me is actually Lucifer, which again yesterday they did surprise us with one of the biggest comebacks here coming from TTF.
I wouldn't call it a comeback, to be honest. I mean, let me correct you on that, because
really?
yeah,
they were sitting in the bottom half.
No, they weren't.
Yeah.
TK, how many eliminations did TKM have before yesterday? I think they were 40 plus in terms of eliminations.
They have a lot.
They had a lot of eliminations. Like that, eliminations equal to like the top 5 teams, I believe. So TKM, as you said, like we knew the firepower was going to be there, like it was there. They're winning those early fights. Everyone's been talking about those early drop clashes that TKM just never seemed to lose. Yesterday, I think they prioritized a little bit on those placement points, but they got like 17 placement points at the end of 12 games. So I think a little bit more work needs to be done. Because when you look at the stark contrast compared to them, everyone else in the top 5, I think the lowest is Wyld Fangs 23, because they are like the counterparts of TKM. But we have our predictions. You have picked TKM, so you're expecting big things from them. Ravan has gone with NoNx, who kind of did amazing yesterday. That was the real comeback that I think we need to talk about. Necro has gone for Wyld Fangs along with Spero. Ankybot believes that TWOB is going to make a comeback today. I think we need to have a conversation with Anki about what is going on. Maisie goes for POTR, and Salty and I have gone for the easy one, Genesis Esports. Okay. No one went with Zutsu.
Genesis and NoNx is pretty much safe picks here. Just because they haven't even come back here. TKM, I like the way they're playing right now. I was hoping Seoul was going to do something similar to what TKM did in previous games, but unfortunately their drop clashes, again, very solid. Their drop clashes against OG was great, but rotating in the game and positioning here is just so weird. They just need a smooth, clean game. I do not know what's up with Seoul right now.
Plus, I think with how things are right now, TKM seems to be doing much better than Seoul in terms of
100%.
just like head-on team fights. Like their win rate in team fights and 4v4s is just phenomenal. But amongst that list, I think 40R has given us some signs of life in the last few days. So it's going to be important to see how they perform today, especially the beginning of the second half of their journey in the grind. Let's begin.
Well, the journey begins today itself, day 1 of week 4 for Group B. And it is going to be the map of Erangel right here, right now. It seems like the flight path is going to be coming in from the from the west side of, southwest corner of the map, and then ending towards the northeast corner of 70. And this is going to be a very balanced flight path, except for teams heading towards Novo and as well as Milta. And I'm expecting maybe NoNx to have a little bit of struggle on towards the east side, in particular towards the farm area region. I don't think TKM is going to be drop crashing them, considering that they have shown us yesterday that they have completely dodged it. NoNx Esports is going to be in military base for sure. TWOB just completely dodging the south of military base and went all the way to Kamishki as well. So no major drop crashes, I would say, at least for Group B.
Yeah, at least as of now, but let's see, because the last time we had a flight path like this towards the western side of the map, that is when TKM had those vehicle spawn drop clashes. This time I think they are being let go, so they will get that vehicle spawn easily and will be able to move towards farm, since Wyld Fangs themselves have gone towards the northern side vehicle spawns. And of course, SINEWY, for them, it's just going to be an easy start in the city of Pochinki. But Primorsk and Ferrypier, there's a massive cluster of teams. There's Rising Esports, there's Team Tamilas, there is Zutsu over there as well, along with EVOX present towards the northern side of Query, NoNx taking a full spread of Gutka, and we have a circle, a hybrid circle, towards the western half of the map as well. So this is going to be an interesting start nonetheless.
Well, speaking of an interesting start, TKM actually dropping towards farm region here to try and take those vehicles. So NoNx actually dodging their bullet here. It seems like they have a good read on what TKM may be doing as they take Gatka as well. So interesting switches has been made here based on this flying path. So they have made things a little bit interesting. But like you said, the cluster into its Fury Pier is going to be a big hotspot, as the circle is going to be surrounding around Fury Pier. And this is going to be a tricky one to play, I would say. At least for Zutsu right now, especially that there's just so many teams going to try and prioritize on center control right now.
Another drop clash that has been avoided is going to be by the players of TWOB, who have, well, yesterday we saw them make that switch towards the northern side of Stalber and towards Kameshki. Today they have gone for northern Georgopol City, completely avoiding any early conflicts against their arch rivals in the form of Team X Esports, who have been the main reason why TWOB right now sits at the bottom of the overall leaderboard.
Agreed, but them going for Zarki and North George is a little bit weird, knowing that KALINGA Esports has been taking that North Georgopol for quite some time. And we know for a fact that TWOB has been known for North George for quite some time, but this is a completely different roster. So I think KALINGA Esports has pretty much kicked them all out. Maybe they are looking to try and challenge this, perhaps. But for now, let's talk about the impact duo coming from Wyld Fangs here. SprayGod and Goten, pretty much the two players that is currently sitting in the top 5 as the MVPs in this game with the most amount of finishes. 25 for SprayGod and 23 for Goten. That's, how many points is that? 48 points just off finishes from these two guys.
Yeah. An impressive performance from both these two lads. And I think a 67% finish contribution for the team for both of them combined. So, again, experienced players, veterans in their own right. Kahna as well has been lending a helping hand to both of them in terms of securing those finishes, because Wyld Fangs is a team that's very similar to the side of TKM, wherein it's all just fight, 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 get those finishes, finish, finish, finish. And they're not worried about getting those placement points. They're not worried about surviving till the end game stage. It's basically playing a battle royale like it's supposed to be. They have found their own flow of things, with their own way of making things happen. Luckily for both these two sides, though, things are kind of working out, especially for Wyld Fangs, because right now in Group B, Wyld Fangs has the highest number of eliminations, 72. Second, right after them,
TKM.
Exactly.
These are, I would say, same category. Like, both of them are in the same category, but Wyld Fangs does have slightly more position points than TKM. TKM only has like 17 position points.
Wyld Fangs is 6 more, 26. 23,
no, actually
sorry.
23 position points, whereas the rest of the world, especially in the top 8, these two teams have the most amount of finish points. And they are in the top 8 based solely off finish points.
Yeah, pretty much. I mean, I understand that half a point of placement is not possible. That's not how the point structure works. But 12 matches done and dusted. Wyld Fangs are averaging half a placement point more than TKM right now. That's pretty much it. But apart from that, I think incredible way these two teams have been playing. Incredible way Genesis Esports started as well, by the way. If you remember their run on day number 1, their way of rotating, their way of finding space inside of the circle, it was amazing to look at. But since then, the momentum has completely shifted in the favor of their main rivals, which was Zutsu Esports. And of course, yesterday being toppled over by the side of NoNx, that was a surprise for everyone. I wonder how Genesis will react today.
Well, speaking of reacting here, we have to react towards our Royal Pass right here, and that is the Robo Rock Fox set that is available inside the game, and also the DP28 Rebel Rock Force is also going to be available as well. And the best part about buying the Royal Pass right now is that it is a one-time purchase that gives you UC returns. And what I mean is that if you complete all your missions inside Royal Pass all the way to level 100, you get this set and you also get enough UC to buy back next season's Royal Pass.
Yeah, do whatever you want with that UC. I mean, for me, it's just the most efficient way to get cosmetics inside of the game, man. Royal Passes, you don't have to spend that much. And since you're going to be grinding the game out anyways, it gives you so many cosmetics. You get that UC refund as well. And of course, if I end up getting it, you know what I'm going for?
What?
The Royal Enfield GT650.
Oh, for a second I thought you were going to say go for the Porsche.
Oh yeah, that I'm just about to tell you. Like, I see my birthday's coming up. Please gift me a Porsche.
That's the second time I've been asked here in 2 games in a row while casting. One from Necro and you're the second one.
Hey man, both of us come from similar backgrounds.
Well, speaking of backgrounds here, EVOX seems like they are going to be going for center control rather early as well. It seems like teams are going to be expecting the circle to kind of shift on towards Quarry, maybe in Fury Pier. That's why they're not exactly moving away too much. But we are going to be expecting a lot of heat in the center of the zone right from the get-go, just because they are kind of unsure whether or not the circle is going to shift back north or south side. And SINEWY as well, pretty much smack middle, and they are pretty much unaware there is a lot of teams around them. Rising Esports is going to be in the compound here. And I don't think SINEWY realizes that Rising Esports is pretty much docked up. But it seems like they are not going to try and make an attempt to actually check this.
Yeah, pretty much. But as you said, SINEWY, they need to be cautious right now, because if they get spotted out by Rising Esports and they start exchanging gunfire, then there's a cluster forming towards the northern side of that military bridge, towards Ferry Pier. And SINEWY are quite exposed. All they have for cover to work with is going to be those streets, and that is not enough. So keep your head down, find a dip, lay down low as long as possible, as long as you need to, and do not move unnecessarily. On the other side, moves being made by the side of 40R, but I'm just waiting for another team to pop up on that radar, because 40R are being chased by TWOB. And 40R in the last few days have had incredible momentum that they've been able to build for themselves. We are seeing the players get confident again and, of course, be aggressive inside of the matches, because of which they have been able to make that climb towards the 11th position. And right behind them is KALINGA Esports, who started their journey of the grind on a great note, but since then there has been a massive fall-off.
Well, speaking of a massive blowout right now, guess what? The circle actually shifts into its Fury Pier and also the Quarry region. 40R official has made their way on top of the Quarry, but still decides whether or not if they want to push down south. Team Tamilas also having a little bit of control. SINEWY also having a little bit of control. And interesting enough, out of all the teams right here, there are 2 particular teams that is going to be very, very important to win this game. And that's going to be 40R official, who's currently engaging in this fight against EVOX. And now Morty gets taken out with the shotties. And he's going to get completely annihilated here.
Not enough movement space available for anyone, and this game is about to get extremely chaotic. EVOX on the move, caught off guard by the side of Rising Esports. And it's just down to Evil and his evil plans. Can he be the savior for his team with TKM lurking nearby? But look at that finish feed go off, man. You have LASTADE going up against Wyld Fangs. EVOX already eliminated for the game. Zutsu taking on the side of NoNx at the same time as well. And Rising Esports, they've spotted out TKM. Nade goes out. Not enough damage on that hovercraft to secure a knock. Or maybe put that vehicle out of commission. But now, maybe. No, Future exits to the right side. Moves to safety.
Well, TKM, they're pretty much stuck as well. They're going to be sharing the compounds inside here. We have a 3-way showdown between Rising Esports, TKM, and also 40R from the fray. And from outside, who's going to be looking in here? We have KALINGA Esports, we have Team Tamilas, we have so many teams just providing fire here. It seems like TKM, Lucifer, was spotted out, but not going to be able to take it out here. Meanwhile, on screen, Wyld Fangs against LASTADE. Wyld Fangs may have gotten the earlier drop, but seems like they do not have the numbers to finish this fight.
Yeah, they kind of found a few openings for themselves, but LASTADE recovering in a very beautiful manner, putting pressure on the players of Wyld Fangs. Now a utility dump on towards Sensei's building. They're trying to flush him out before they deal with the second last man, remaining from the side of Wyld Fangs. But LASTADE need to be quick about this. Both these teams are outside of the play zone right now. And as we mentioned, Stage 2 in a circle like this feels like Stage 3 already. So they have to be on the move as quickly as possible to find decent cover inside of the next play zone. And of course, look at the radar. They are being surrounded by the players of Genesis, who have picked off Sensei. So Wyld Fangs, they're down to the last man. It's Goten. But can he survive LASTADE first and then Genesis Esports?
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in. But Genesis Esports, they've realized there are a little bit too many teams inside those compounds. They're focusing on each other and realize that they may need to just drive off and ignore LASTADE just because of the fact that LASTADE, they're unaware of where Genesis Esports is. And Goten is still inside as well. They're still kind of skirmishing inside. And Goten, he's got a lot of heavy lifting to work as well. LASTADE is a little bit too afraid to push out, just knowing that Genesis might pick them apart. But it seems like Stone BGMI is going to try and smoke himself out. He drops a nade in, forces Goten out, gets the first down. That's going to be the second one, but unfortunately turns his back and gets traded off.
And this might be the opening for the players of Genesis. If they saw those two players fall, they would have realized that they have the numbers advantage to work with over here. Zap moving in, LASTADE looking for a reset. Before it comes through, Genesis Esports, they need to pounce. But Zap goes into the wrong building, and LASTADE, they have a reset. We've seen this fight happen before. The last time it did not work out too well for the players of Genesis. And Hunters, he's holding back. Now he sees one man, takes him down. Impressive trades coming through from Genesis as well, but LASTADE holding themselves back. Damage dished out by Viper. Joesh, extremely low. And along with the nades, they're trying to flush through. Zap does get traded out. Should be a finish in the hands of LASTADE. In Genesis, they're trying their level best not to lose players, but they do not realize that players from LASTADE are present to either sides. The wipeout finally comes through, but Genesis, their rotation timing has been completely ruined because of this fight.
Yep, what a save here. Coming in from Gravity as well.
Yeah.
He was able to find an off angle from the other building. And it actually saved the fight. That would have been disastrous as well, considering that the two pumps came through. Nice little stuff here coming from Genesis, but they do have a decent amount of resources to work with here. They've got Wyld Fangs loot and also LASTADE's loots in this process as well. They can take their own sweet time if they want to go for a later rotation. But let's focus on the teams inside the zone so far. We've saw a big fiasco between TKM, 4TR, and also KALINGA Esports as well. And actually Rising Esports in that country. It's a three-way showdown. Nobody's getting out in that fight. They are going to be forced to take each other out. But there are too many teams on the north side as well. But let's take a look at the replay of that fight here from Goten. The nades coming from LASTADE forces him out. Goten getting the second pump. And decides, like, you know what? I'm afraid for the third one. And just turns his back and gets taken out.
Yeah.
A little bit unfortunate though.
It was kind of unfortunate, but I think from the players of Genesis, this should have been much cleaner. Stone BGMI was there, yeah, you knew his position, but Joesh should have been spotted out a few moments ago. Genesis Esports now a run for their lives, and look at the radar, they might run into the arms of Team Esports. A team that actually begs anyone to show up to take a fight against them early. This time though, Team Esports, they are a little bit spread apart. Players a little bit far away from each other, so they have to be cautious in this fight. On the northern edge of the circle though, we have Vanguard, and I have a feeling that Vanguard might just be stuck in these open fields because you have H4K present towards their west, and of course once they try to close the cross the open fields as well, there is no cover there between where Vanguard is and where SINEWY is.
I think it's not that bad. Let's see how the circle shifts first. But oh, okay, he actually shifts down. So northwest, every single team is either going to collide against each other or going to be colliding against Vanguard, who in this case has the upper hand to just push through directly and camp H4K, TWOB, even Genesis from east side. But the problem here is, will they be able to fend off SINEWY from those angles? Because it seems like SINEWY, they are going to group up to try and fortify themselves in the north side, and inside this zone as well is going to be divided between the north and south of Fairy Pier, which in this case NoNx Esports has been staying there for the longest time. Zutsu, not exactly sure what happened to them because they had Fairy Pier for the longest time, and I think only Ash remains here from Zutsu.
Yeah, Zutsu was in a conflict of their own against I believe NoNx, and they kind of were beaten down over there. And NoNx again switching focus to the players of Team Esports who are trying to breach the city of Fairy Pier. But I want to go back to the thing we were talking about, SINEWY Esports. I think that's a very good position. And as you said, they need to fortify themselves over there. They need to play defensive. And if they can, this is going to be a top 4 finish for them. But going back to Vanguard, making a pounce on the players of H4K. Crypto hits the floor. Anuj 2OP, he's still left standing. Vanguard has lost 2 players. And Anuj needs to find these trades, needs to find a way to equalize the numbers. Because H4K, they are also down to 2 players, but they have positional upper hand. And now Anuj 2OP stuck in a 1v2. Gets finished off as he tries to peek the wizard with the S12K.
Yep. Very clean takedown here coming from H4K. Unfortunately for Vanguard, they got eliminated here. Meanwhile, TWOB showing signs of life in this game, coming in from the beach lines from the south side. They do find the members coming from Team Tamilas as they want to try and hug the shorelines to try and get some sort of position points from TWOB. It may be good, but it is going to be very tricky to try and capitalize on where Team Tamilas may be flanking from. But right now, TWOB, they don't really need to move a single muscle, knowing that Team Tamilas, they have to react first from outside the zone. But it seems like Fairy Pierce team's just gone silent completely. NoNx and Zutsu, even NoNx Esports, they just don't want to commit to anything right now. No reason to, I would say. But teams on the north, look at this, KALINGA Esports. Omega forced the prone out in the open, hoping to get somebody out for surprise. As the teams from those compounds in the northwest corner for 4TR, Rising Esports and TKM has not concluded at all. Which gives a lot of opportunity for all these teams to rotate past him. And SINEWY now spots out KALINGA.
Yeah, but shots taken by Rexboy at the hands of KALINGA. Even KALINGA Esports, they have concrete cover to work with, so I always feel that's much better in terms of positional superiority for the teams. Just the fact that, yeah, in no way someone's shooting through that wall. And of course, if you look at the radar SINEWY, they might just get sandwiched because even Genesis Esports are looking to move in from that eastern slope of the hill. Rexboy again and again, every single time he makes that peak, he's getting shot at by the players of KALINGA Esports and SINEWY. They might have just had enough. The players of KALINGA moving forward. Oh, Vishu. Oh, that was risky. Could have almost stepped on that nade like a landmine. Falls back in time. Looking for a reset. Next shift of the circle. KALINGA Esports sits max center. But the teams towards Ferripier. Now, things get interesting. Team X Esports, NoNx, Zutsu. Well, Ash from the side of Zutsu is the last man left. TWOB. These 4 sides can end up colliding against each other as they try and approach the southern edge of the circle.
Yeah, it's going to be a tricky spot to be in. And 4TR, they decide to go for the slam here. Making a move. TKM holding down the fort. The nades being dropped here. Dropping down Shu pretty down low. But here comes the push from 4TR. Paying his life, find the first connection. And now Zaref, last man standing for TKM. Needs to fend for his life. No third parties yet, but 4TR official, they are waiting for Pain His Life with those resets here. Nades are coming in, but Pain His Life, they go in, they find Zaref, they clean out TKM.
Yeah, impressive stuff coming in from 4TR. Especially they're down to 3 players, so it's not going to be easy. They have Z-God in the back as well, making sure that Rising Esports do not pounce on his teammates. Pain His Life, man oh man, what a run. What a way to make that push towards the players of TKM, but hey, that backline player has finally been shut down. Rising Esports finding a knock against 4TR as Z-God has been knocked out. And now again, Pain His Life. He's going to try and see if he can find those trades. Nade goes out. Dragon knocked out. Rising Esports still up a player.
Speaking of up a player, attracting a lot of attention here is going to be 4TR official as they try and clean him up. Oh, lobs the nade. On the top side, no connection so far. Rising Esports, they get the reset. Pain His Life, they're looking for a couple of openers here. Shoop and Pain His Life. A lot of pressure being made. Nades coming in from Rising Esports connects on Pain His Life. Very low. Can't commit too much here. There's only 2 players left for 4TR official. And the nades keeps hammering through. Shots being shot from outside here to pressure these 2 teams to collide. And Rising Esports, they're just waiting for 4TR official.
They can't do a lot over here. They have to be patient about it. And, of course, it's a 2 versus 3 situation. Oh, no, it's a 2 versus 4 situation. My bad. Dragon has been brought back into the game. So it's not going to be easy for 4TR. And just to make things worse,
Uh-oh.
you look at the radar, Team Tamilas are going to be there as well. So 40R, they stay held back. As the push comes through, Rising Esports, they make the pounce. Shub, last man left alive, but with 4 shotguns just going off in your face, you can't do anything. There's the cleanup for Rising Esports. They get 4 eliminations.
Great call there coming from Rising Esports to clean them all out. The moment they realized it was only 2 players. And now they do have a lot of time to push out here. Meanwhile, TWOB, they make a pounce on towards NoNx. They've lost 1 player. Counter nades from Inferno to attack on towards NoNx. And while this is happening as well, X Esports is lying in wait from the sidelines here. Well, NoNx still defending as much as they can. They're holding down the door. Rapido has got the door completely locked down. And TWOB, they're not pushing in yet.
Yeah, they're just being patient about this. TWOB, they realize that they don't really have the momentum, but players getting spotted out like this, it's going to be big trouble. Rapido needs to be cautious. Oh, still managed to bait out a player from TWOB. Easy finish secured, finds the second as well. And that last man, who did he go down to? It was Rapido. What a play, takes down 3 from the side of TWOB. But no time for reset. NoNx, they have to be swift about this. Team X Esports, they show up knocking on this barn house. And RD07, he has taken a lot of damage. Man, Rapido since yesterday, he's just making sure that everyone that sees him or looks in his direction is not alive anymore. Just takes it too personally.
Now, but at the same time, the nades from Pratik will take him out. And X Esports, they find 2 right from the get-go. Now Fame going to be joining the fray to try and defend this here. He holds down the fort, he takes 1 out, but they are spraying blindly through the smoke here as Fame is just hopping around like a monkey it is. Still survives this. But eventually his reload gets scouted out. But oh, did he just got Molotov?
Yeah,
oh, okay.
he did.
He's dead.
They just lobbed a Molotov inside of that smoke, and I think because of the smoke, he wasn't able to see that he was standing in a molly. Team X Esports, 3 eliminations racked up in this game. We are down to the top 8. And Genesis Esports, I have to say, very patient in this match so far, but they've been able to pick up a lot of loose stragglers here and there. Like the third party we saw at the start of the game with LASTADE Esports. 7 eliminations secured by Genesis, making sure H4K doesn't exist in this match anymore. And Team X Esports, now they will feel the pressure of staying in Ferry Pier that long as they try to cross the road. They are getting taken off and picked apart by the players of SINEWY.
Oh boy, SINEWY right now. A very important game for them as well because Miramar is coming up next. They need a massive game here before they collide with 40R official later on. It is going to be a big matchup for them. But little they knows, Ash, Zutsu, one of the originators from Ferry Pier, surviving into the top 6. Well done, Ash. Placement points secured. But can he get more is going to be the question here. This is going to be a kryptonite for SINEWY, which in this case, Rexboy has no idea that Ash has a perfect vision on him. As he slowly creeps up, he only has 1 nade and a Molotov for Ash. He's got to make every single time count for him. Meanwhile, inside the zone, Rising Esports, they finally push out of those compounds and they are in the running with KALINGA Esports. And guess what? KALINGA, they have been the center of attention. Team Tamilas goes in for a pick. Reaper finds 2. And KALINGA Esports, they will lose 2 members.
I was just about to say that KALINGA Esports, if they do not do well in this game, then I will give up hope for them. Because smack center of the zone from the start till now, and they just get too distracted by the players of Genesis. Picked off by Team Tamilas and Rising Esports like that. It's going to be very awkward, and now Rising Esports are the ones that are sandwiched. Nades being dropped on their heads by the players of Team Tamilas, and Genesis Esports just committing every single bullet that they have to try and pick off the players of Rising Esports. That nade was a little too close. You were picked off by Team Tamilas, Mr. IGL. And Rico could be next. Oh my goodness, what a 3-point slam dunk coming from Team Tamilas. They've lobbed every single piece of nade they had to try and shut down Rising Esports. And they succeed in doing so as well. 3 points secured over there.
And just like that, Genesis and Team Tamilas work together to shut them down. And only Dragon OP remains here from Rising Esports. And because of those confirmations here, Genesis and Team Tamilas, they do not realize there is 1 player left alive. But they will move on to try and push inside the zone. Meanwhile, Zutsu, very tricky spot to be in. He knows exactly where SINEWY is. And he has been tracking them for the longest of time, using them as cover to sneak in. And now it comes down towards the circle where KALINGA Esports has control with only 2 players. Genesis Esports, they've cleared out the site. They're double checking if there are any stragglers. And yes, Hunters is keeping Dragon OP in check, knowing that he might pop out. But Ash now crawling and hugging the edges as well. March is not looking behind, and SINEWY, they do not know that this is disastrous waiting to happen if Ash gets the jump and denies them. And oh my goodness, Marsh, you're just not looking in the right direction.
Yeah, Moksha is completely unaware of Ash's position, and I think it makes sense. Why would you expect a single player to have made it out alive outside of Ferrypia? I think they saw him earlier, but they just assume he went down to the blue because of the chaos that was there on the finish feed. And if Ash sneaks in, he can definitely ruin the day for SINEWY Esports. But SINEWY, they want to secure as many points as they can before they get taken out. They're going after KALINGA Esports with Genesis as well, joining that mix. And this is going to be a bad call on Genesis' part as Viper finally falls. Hunter does not have a lot of HP to work with. And Zappy's trying to save Viper, but doesn't succeed. Viper gets finished off completely.
Well, we're down towards the last 4 teams. Ash still remaining. SINEWY going to collide against Genesis. They are split 2-2 now, as Genesis getting pummeled and pinned between SINEWY as well as Team Tamilas. It seems like SINEWY, they're going to be grouping up here to try and fortify and not overcommit to this. The circle is about to shift as well. The shots are still being peppered on towards Genesis to find some sort of connection. But Zap, he goes down to aim guard from Team Tamilas. That's the opener at least. As Genesis losing bodies. They've lost Zap. 2 players going to be proning their way inside the zone, but Team Tamilas, they're running out of ammunition, at least on aim guard.
Yeah, Genesis can't do anything about it from where they are. They should have realized that was the exact spot where the players of KALINGA Esports are or were. And there is a reason why they aren't here in this game anymore. Genesis down to 2 players. SINEWY still all 4 left, by the way. So odds in their favor to close out this match with the chicken dinner. The only person or the only player that can actually help Team Tamilas out right now, it's going to be Ash from the sides of Zutsu. But I believe he's just prioritizing his top to finish instead of helping out Team Tamilas and giving them a few extra points.
Well, based on the zone here, Ash might need to make a move very, very soon here. The zone is going to force Ash to run out in the open, and Team Tamilas is going to spot him out. But it seems like SINEWY, they're backing out. That's a lot of space for Ash to actually push up. And obviously, he's going to take his own sweet time. Gravity as well. He's going to try and stalk up here from Genesis to try and push up as well. As SINEWY, seems like they are completely clueless of how close Genesis is right to them as well. It seems like they do find Hunters. And that is going to be Genesis losing a player as Team Tamilas now looking to engage. And Genesis, they will bleed out to the zone, and Ash makes it to the top 3. Zutsu making it towards the top 3 all by himself. Ash, you're an absolute mad chat. How are you still alive? Oh my goodness, SINEWY, they do not know this is happening as well. Team Tamilas, they need your help in order to win this 4v3 battle. As Ash, he may be spotted out, but this push just coincidentally just blocks the vision, and Team Tamilas do not spot Ash at all. This is perfect cover for Ash.
Yeah, this is perfect cover indeed, and I think for Team Tamilas, they are gonna know in fact that there's one more player left apart from the players of SINEWY, but it's gonna be difficult to see how they react and where they expect him to be. On the other side of things, Ash, if his position is compromised, this game is over. But Team Tamilas, they are pushed inside of the blue. And SINEWY, they use it to their advantage. The opening has been found. As Aim God gets knocked out, Reaper and Mr. IGL still left in this match. But the wall of smokes denies vision. Doesn't matter. SINEWY still are going to be hungry for those frags. And Ash, I believe he has been spotted out now with that vehicle driving just past him. And Mox, he should be aware. There it is.
No, they don't see him. They didn't see him.
They still don't see him.
Oh my goodness, Mosh. He drove by. He might not have spotted him. And Ash, now he's going to be having a lifeline here. But Team Tamilas, they lose one more. Ash, that's a point for you. But no, Rexboy actually checks and spots him out. Takes him out on 3rd place. But Team Tamilas, IGL, last man standing. And SINEWY will walk away with a winner chicken dinner. Clutching it big time before their big matchup later on.
Yeah, I mean, Miramar matches haven't really gone that well for SINEWY. So as you mentioned, I mean, it was important that they did well in this particular game. And I kind of expected this to happen for SINEWY Esports. The only points of concern were Genesis Esports in particular, who were trying to climb that eastern hill earlier. If SINEWY was able to handle the pressure from Genesis, then what happens when you take control of the hill right behind the gas station on the northern side of the military bridge is it gives you a lot of high ground advantage, specifically for the fields up north. And then you have the trees down south that kind of deny any line of fire, or a lot of line of fire actually, to the teams in the ferry pier, which was, well, there was NON, there was Zutsu over there. So, SINEWY, I think they just kept their heads down up until the time for them to start shooting was perfect. And yeah, the surprising entry inside of the top 3 in this game has to be Ash, man. What a play. At least gets a few placement points for his team.
Yeah, there were so many teams that were still alive, right? Zutsu, Ash, he had been playing solo in towards Ferry Period for the longest time. He actually witnessed the engagement between X Esports and NoNx. He saw NoNx versus TWOB, and he just kept quiet and all the way and snuck himself into his top 3. So well done towards Ash. But here, let's talk about the winner chicken dinner stats here. A well-deserving win coming from SINEWY. They have a total of 10 finishes in this game, and with the chicken dinner, that's 20 points. That's a big leap, because right now, this is the points that they need for the upcoming matchup in the map Miramar. It is going to be a matchup between SINEWY versus 4TR in Picado.
I think it makes their life a whole lot easier, because now what they can do on Miramar is just have an off drop, play for placements. They've gotten 20 points from this game. Now, even if they are able to secure 4 points per game in the next 2 Miramars, I think it's going to be overall a very decent day for SINEWY Esports.
Are they going to dodge? Is going to be the question as well, because so far, both teams has not moved an inch from Picado yet. Will we see the matchup once again? With the current standings, 4TR still leading their win against SINEWY inside Picado. So, only time will tell, but for now, we're going to be taking a very, very short break. And right after this break, we'll be looking forward to that Miramar matchup between those two teams. See you guys right after this.
Welcome back after that break, ladies and gentlemen. And of course, what a phenomenal start for the teams from Group B. SINEWY and Team Tamilas in particular having secured a lot of points from that previous game of Wrangle. But unfortunately for them, that was the only Wrangle they get to play today. Now we're going to have 2 back-to-back Miramars. And joining me for the next game, it's going to be Necro alongside with me. I have heard that you have been also asking for a Porsche from IC.
Of course
So
I
have
have
I.
been. Why not? Listen, IC's a loaded man, all right?
Exactly.
He's pretty rich. He can gift us Porsches in-game, by the way, not IRL. He can gift us Porsches in-game if he wants to, but he's still just holding that money back.
Exactly. But you guys can go ahead and check out all of these amazing things that are there inside of BGMI. But for now, we're going to start talking about the amazing performances from this team. So, Necro, we have had SINEWY bounce back with that amazing performance. I think they're going to be in the top 7, if I'm not wrong.
Yeah.
Team Tamilas, I think that was a decent outing for them. They have been doing well since the start of their journey. In the grind, they've kind of maintained a decent average inside of all of their matches, pretty much. So I think they are also going to take a climb. But Zutsu Esports. It seems like what happened to Genesis yesterday is happening to Zutsu today, at least in that first game. That's what I felt.
I mean, look, it's completely fine, right? Zutsu is still there getting decent bit of points, and that's all that matters for a team like Zutsu.
Yeah.
As long as they're there at the top of the board, constantly sucking up these points, it's always going to create that vacuum in the overall standings. And that's also going to create a lot of problems for the teams in the mid-pack. It was a good performance coming through from Team Tamilas and SINEWY Esports. For SINEWY, this is probably the best performance they're going to have today, because now the upcoming 2 games are going to be the map of Miramar, and you know what happens.
Yeah, this is the discussion that me and IC were having after that Angle came to an end. And my personal take is that SINEWY should just go for an off drop and not just fight 4TR anymore. But we'll talk about that in a bit. Let's talk numbers. First, we have the MVP of that previous game on our screens. It's going to be Rapido from the side of NoNx. This lad has showed up in an incredible form. Since yesterday till today, Rapido has been on fire.
Indeed, he has been. 4 finishes racked up from the man. You've also got Ninja right there with 4 finishes. Even AimGod coming through from Team Tamilas getting 4. To be honest, Team Tamilas, I like the fact that now they're not really shying away from taking those fights.
Yeah.
They are moving on forward, eliminating players as well, taking fights when necessary, and I'm liking that. Even for Genesis Esports getting 14 points, that's going to mean quite a bit. For Zutsu getting 6, you see that big dip in the points right there after the top 3. Now, speaking of Zutsu, speaking of Rising Esports as well, I personally feel like they could have done a lot better, especially Rising Esports. I feel like they hold themselves back too much.
I agree with you on that. I think Rising Esports, even in this game, held themselves back a little too much, because from the get-go, I think when that EVOX slam-in happened on them, there was a lot of opportunity for them to actually go aggressive, but they kind of were playing to stay safe because they had concrete cover available. But we see the impact of these performances on the overall leaderboard. Genesis getting themselves their 2nd position back, taking it away from the players of NoNx, although it's just by 2 points. Then we have Wyld Fangs, who have kind of maintained their spot inside of the top 4. Team Tamilas, they take a leap on the 5th position with 94. And then on the 6th, we finally see SINEWY Esports for the first time inside of the top 8.
Yeah, I mean, SINEWY is, of course, someone that has made a bit of that catapult as well.
Yeah.
The Night Mobs, though, falling apart on the 7th spot, losing that position. Rising Esports still there on the 8th, even they have dropped down a position. Getting 6 points is not going to be enough. You bare minimum need 8 points to maintain the spot down.
I want to know your thoughts on KALINGA Esports as well, though, because KALINGA Esports, it seems like no matter what they're trying to do, they're just completely failing. In this game, they tried playing for the center, still got picked off, because as soon as they stepped out into the open, they just got sandwiched, which was something that you should have predicted and laid down smokes before you move out. There was not even an attempt made to do that. And even when we see them go aggressive, they aren't really able to handle their 4v4s.
So KALINGA Esports is basically this group's team argument. We saw that good performance coming through on day 1, and after that, KALINGA Esports just has been lost. And the same thing's happening over here. It's not just KALINGA Esports, even X Esports. That day 1 performance was phenomenal, but then later on, day 2, day 3, day 4, X Esports has been lost as well. There's so many teams on the latter half of the board just there because they are struggling to bring in consistent points.
There is one team that has, in the last few days, actually shown signs of life and kind of made a bounce back, not just SINEWY, 4TR. 4TR has been doing decent. Let's see if they can keep their average going as Miramar begins.
Plane's gonna be in the skies for this big map this time, ladies and gentlemen, and it's also gonna be the Deserty Lands, which means we might just see that drop clash happening towards Picado. SINEWY versus 4TR. It's been happening since the start. It might just happen once again. Both the teams quite stubborn, but recently we have figured out that 4TR, there's a chance they might switch things up a little bit. If they really do care about the games, that's probably gonna be the best possible thing they can come up with.
I think 4TR has been able to build up a decent momentum, especially their performance yesterday was actually quite nice. So I do agree with you on that maybe a drop switch right now is going to be beneficial to them, because you look at the map standing for 4TR, they have 11 eliminations racked up in the Miramars that they played, but 0 placement points, because every single time it's the same story. They clash against SINEWY, they pick off SINEWY, and then their rotation is completely screwed, so they get picked off late game. Mid-game, not even late game. They don't make it to the late game.
Exactly. Even if you do end up winning that fight, you're always going to have that casualty on top of you. And then continuing that journey with a 3-man squad or a 2-man squad, it just gets even worse. And once again, 4TR and SINEWY, they're going to be dropping the close proximities. Oh, it's a drop clash. Picado is once again going to be filled up with dead bodies. It's not even a question. Those red apartments, they're indeed going to turn even more red.
Yeah, I mean, it's always exciting, but when you look at the standings of the teams, that is when you feel bad. But hey, at least we have an early fight happening this time around. unlike the few maps we've seen before this, because that Erangel as well was off to a quite a start, at least in stage 1. But hey, there we have it, the fight in the big reds.
Yeah, and 4TR really do want to have to jump on top of them. Want to have to punish his wall. And what was that? With the Winchester, the man finds the knock. Brilliant stuff. He fires it, no scope, the man's down. 4TR off to a disadvantageous start. And now with just a 3-man squad, 4TR needs to continue the upcoming games. But luckily enough for the remaining players of 4TR, they've got their hands on the S12K and the TBS. That's going to help them a lot up close and personal.
This is off to a very interesting start. And of course, another name that popped up on the finish feed was NoNx. Yeah, picking off one man from the side of LASTADE. I think maybe a drop for a vehicle spawn. Did not really work out for them, but Zigod with that spray whiff, man. Yeah, he's going to be kicking himself for that.
Yeah, the man should have jumped on top of the window frame and then maybe go for the shots. That would have been the ideal choice. But 4TR messing up. That's definitely going to be a lifesaver for the opponents. And now for 4TR, they need to play the tower defense once again. They've got their hands on the up-close and personal weaponries. That's really going to help them quite a bit. S12K's DBS, that's going to be more than enough to hold that defense down. And now, speaking of 4TR, yeah, the man disadvantage is also something that's going to work against him.
SINEWY, though, I mean, if they end up winning this fight, Necro, I mean, it gives them already a good momentum on Miramar, considering that 20-point chicken dinner just now on Erangel has made sure that SINEWY can find stability today on the overall leaderboard. I would say the goal for today has to be to cross a 100-point marker, and SINEWY just need 13 more to pull it off.
They indeed do. And once again, another one of the major problems over here has been the stalemate.
Yeah.
Burning through time. You can utilize this time to loot up better, move inside of the circle in a better spot. And look at this nade. Oh, well placed. Pain is life. The man's now going to be feeling a lot of pain. SINEWY's not going to waste any time. Push up close and personal. Hand out that death blow. And that's what they do. Another man down. Fight's now down to a 4-on-2. If SINEWY gets away with all the 4 players still up in life, that's going to be brilliant.
I think they can actually make that happen, because 2 versus 4, they have the upper hand. And now while 2 players are going to stay back and make sure that 4TR are going to be pinned in those big reds, the other players can go around the city, finding loot, finding utility, and just making sure that 4TR are left with no options to recover from this fight. Then you just finish off the remaining 2 players, and considering, as you were talking about a few moments ago, because of this fight, because of this delay, your loot time is getting taken away. But this time around, Picardo is kind of close to the center of the circle, so you don't really have to move away or move out of Picardo as well for a long time.
True.
So once you're done with 4TR, you can just stay in the city, make sure that you find utility, make sure you find those first aids, armor, helmet, ammunition, weapons, everything. And, well, just play for the mid-game stages comfortably. But condition is you have to make sure that 4TR is completely wiped out.
Yeah, playing it slow and safe. What angle is even Shub holding? That's my question. His teammate's right there, so Shub, I'm not even sure what angle is the man holding. Interesting. SINEWY, they know there's someone right above, and the man's not pushing up yet. A bit of that change in the pace as well, and also the strategy from SINEWY. As you mentioned, one of the men falling back, getting his hands on better loot, better equipment, so he can utilize the utilities to try and flush out the men of 4TR from their comfort zone. And Zigod, I guess the man's done playing it passive. Moving down floor by floor. Even Zigod needs a better loot to play with. He's going to upgrade the gear. Get his hands on the level 1 helmet, level 1 vest. So he's ready for this fight. 3 men SINEWY still in the red apartments. 1 man Moksh falling back, getting his hands on better loot and better equipment.
The question is, when will he exactly find it? Because it's been over a minute since Moksh left. And he needs to fall back. You need to finish this fight with 4TR as quickly as possible. Zigod on the other side has found a nade. Oh, no. Oh, wow. My goodness. That is just... Yeah, I don't know what to feel about that.
Yeah, he's a little bit rusty. Don't get him wrong. He's been away from competitive play for a while. Just made a comeback last year.
Yeah, but I think he played like 3 tournaments since then. So He should be okay, but Shub now left to fight all by himself. Does manage to secure a few knocks at least, but no first aids, no heals available. This is not really a position he thought he was going to be in.
Yeah, but still, just one man from 4TR is actually doing a lot of damage. Everyone from SINEWY with a big sign of concern. Even Moksha was taken down low. A third-party potential from LASTADE Esports as even they started to close in. SINEWY, the fight between 4TR and them has been really vicious.
And I think LASTADE will realize that both these teams are pinned in the big reds, because that's ideally what happens in Picardo drop clashes. But as soon as we say that, yeah, LASTADE just say bye-bye and move along towards the center of the circle. So they don't want to get involved in this anymore. They just leave SINEWY and 4TR to their own vices. Why is SINEWY the one getting scared of this, is my question.
Yeah, they're scared of the man actually utilizing the shotgun, and the moment they try to move up from the stairs, that shotgun's going to hurt them a lot. They need utilities to try and flush the man out, but they can actually use smokes to push up. For some reason, SINEWY isn't using their brain. Come on, just toss that smoke. It's going to block the line of sight, and you can just push up the stairs.
Yeah, just get the shotguns to fire a few shots, wait for the reloads, wait for the players to fall back, and then you are going to be the ones with an opportunity to spam.
Yeah, you can smoke off one of the angles, push the other guy.
That is also another option. So there are a few things that they can do to just completely finish off 4TR, but SINEWY, we're extremely cautious. And this is kind of weird to watch, especially considering that SINEWY just got a chicken dinner. So even if they miss out on this game, their average of 2 matches is still going to be 10 points, which is more than what the other teams are doing right now.
There we go. Moch, the man pulls out the nade, finally pulling out the pin as well. Tossing out the flashbangs. You've also got the smoke nades. Come on, SINEWY. You're wasting a lot of time. If you get out of this spot way too late, it's not going to be a good thing for you. The circle shifts away from you as well. So SINEWY, you got to wrap this fight up as soon as possible. You're lacking on resources. You're lacking on a proper loadout.
Another thing that they could do is Mox can just run up the stairs with the nade pulled and everyone else just charges forward with their weapons out. So either 4TR takes the man with the nade out, or the nade takes one of them out and SINEWY has the upper hand anyways. But while that one is at a standstill, we move in different directions. Genesis Esports taking on Team X Esports out in the open. And Monty, oh my goodness, what a trade. Hunters has been brought back, but not with enough HP. And the nade from Monty actually drops Viper.
X Esports. Yeah, definitely the utilities. They're quite deadly. Pratik still in the back lines, and the man's safe. He's got full HP as well to work with. Genesis Esports now in concerning grounds. Pratik pushed up close and personal that nade. It blew up right next to him. Does a lot of damage. That chip damage is going to count a lot. X Esports, the cavalry as well arrives. And this flank from Adi. It might just be able to find at least one knock, but no, it's going to be the answer. Genesis Esports, they're pretty quick on repositioning as well. Pratik has already taken a lot of damage. The Blues on the move as well. A few more utils tossed out from Adi in the verge of fighting, but still is not able to find any knocks. But this nade, it's going to be right on the mark. Adi is able to shut down Hunters. The remaining players of Genesis Esports still in the back.
Necro, something has gone wrong. Something has gone extremely wrong. SINEWY Esports, they're eliminated from this match, all thanks to Zigod and Shub. Shub picked off 3 in that fight, but coming back to this one, Genesis, they're falling apart like a house of cards as well. Hunters left bleeding, and Team X Esports now, I believe, have enough room to go for a reset.
That's what happens when you respect the opponents too much. You gave them a chance to fight back. Should have used the smoke before. Smoke off one of the angles on the left, push on the right, eliminate one guy, and then move towards the left.
Zigod picked off 1. The other 3 players were able to pick off Zigod, and then they just went charging towards Shub, who with an S12K just destroyed them one by one.
Yeah, we need a replay of that fight for sure.
I would love to see what happened, man. I mean,
yeah, SINEWY, I don't know, man. Come on. The fight could have been wrapped up way before, but SINEWY was too hesitant, and that's why now they're not in the game anymore.
we would not have been this upset, and I think you would agree with me on this. We would not have been this upset if SINEWY actually were aggressive, took a risk, and got taken out. This one is just annoying because they held back for what, like, I think a good 8 minutes?
Yeah. Especially a drop clash going on for such a long time is already a really negative thing. You're wasting too much time, you're wasting resources, you're also wasting time that you can utilize to loot up. So yeah, it's already a big negative thing. And now the fact that you lose a fight, which was 2-on-4, you had the man advantage, that's even worse.
Yeah.
That's going to fiddle with your confidence a lot in the future.
I
So
think
SINEWY Esports, I mentioned this too, they're not going to have that big up in the overall standings because now Miramar boots up.
Yeah, I mean, the next one is going to be there as well. I think SINEWY, it's time they find some other drop spot other than Picardo. It's high time, because either you wrap things up quickly over there, or you just like find an alternate start to the game. But let's stop talking about SINEWY and their shenanigans, because H4K, it seems like with their back against the wall, they've finally woken up, taking on LASTADE right now. LASTADE down a player. H4K, they have the upper hand in this one.
Oh, the man's pulled out the nade. A few more utilities tossed out from the opponents as well. And now look at Joyish. Pushes up. The spam was there, but was not able to find anything yet. 3 more nades in the man's hand, and Lucifer, he just blows himself up in the elimination feed. What happened to the Night Mobs?
I have no idea, man. Things are not looking good for TKM today, at least. Even on the game of Wrangle, there were a few mistakes. They got taken out early, and I think not a good start for them in Miramar as well. Lucifer got knocked out. We just saw that little conflict appear on the finish feed as I believe it was KALINGA Esports that find a point against the players of TKM. TKM was very far off from each other, by the way.
They indeed were. H4K. Even they're still there. And yeah, having a look at the replay of that fight, SINEWY started things off with a big advantage. They were able to shut down the 2 players instantly the moment the drop clash happened. But then later on, SINEWY was too hesitant to make the pounce on the remaining 2 players. Z-God actually blew himself up with one of the utilities, and still SINEWY was too hesitant to push up. Later on, we did see Shub just hold down the firing line, and he was able to get one of the knocks, but we did not see the continuation yet. And yes, SINEWY did make that pounce eventually, but Z-God was able to do quite a bit, and it was just SINEWY choking straight up.
Yeah, pretty much. Because you see Shub, his wide swing, he picks off 2 players, and then does not allow the last man of SINEWY to go for a reset, just pushes in and finishes them off. What a play, man. I mean, Shub, he was incredible in that one.
Yeah, I mean, that was a good play from Shub, but
yeah.
I would also say the enemies, they threw that.
Yeah.
What were they doing? Were they sleeping? Like, what? How do you not expect to push?
I do not understand that positioning right next to the stairwell, by the way, because those were like, you can't cover your teammate if you're holding that far back.
Even that is fine, but there's 2 people in the front, out, and still the second guy was not able to trade it. Okay, even that's fine. What is the third guy doing? He's inside of the house, he comes out, he peeks out, and then he goes back in. What? Come on, just fight! Where are the trades? Where's the team play? Okay. Literally, I feel like, Johnny, you could have done a better job in that scenario.
I think I can. I mean, today in the morning, like we've been practicing, you know, I can trade my teammates out.
Yeah.
That's all I'm good for, man.
Hey, but Wyld Fangs on the opposite fray, TWOB, even they want to press upon the matters and charge on. Daniel spotting out the players of Wyld Fangs, and Wyld Fangs have already taken a lot of damage. Godin falls down. Kana in the back lines as well. And Kana does not really want to engage in the fight yet. Kana himself is just stuck in a real awkward spot. Smoke trail being tossed out from Wyld Fangs. They really just want to cross on towards a better and a safer spot. And I like this from TWOB, finally asserting dominance.
Yeah, they have him surrounded. There's no escape for Kana. I think Wyld Fangs, they are pretty much done for over here because TWOB, as you said, asserting dominance and putting up more and more pressure by the second on this last surviving player from Sir Wyld Fangs. Look at this, the entire team is in front of him. He finds a knock but instantly gets finished off, and that is how you do it.
Executor was down low, but it's all good. TWOB not wasting a lot of time in that fight, instead just pushing up that one isolated man that was left over.
Just keep pressing, keep building up that pressure. Well, unfortunately for TWOB, there's KALINGA Esports looking for a third party, but that nade whiffed gives TWOB time to go for a reset. The HP bars are going to be back up, and TWOB is going to be ready for the second fight.
KALINGA Esports. We have been talking about this team and how the day one was phenomenal, but after that day one, KALINGA Esports, they've not been able to replicate that same performance ever again. Team Tamilas as well on the opposite side of the spectrum. Even they're taking a fight. And even Team Tamilas is able to find some positive trades against EVOX. For EVOX, a man's down. TWOB, even they're a man down. But TWOB, now it feels like they're much better. They know what they need to do. The firefight as well, it was clean. Executor spotted Pasha from the back. He was just peppering away those shots, but he was not able to find anything yet.
Oh, look at this. Executor just running through the molly just to reposition. Luckily for him, no one from the side of KALINGA Esports saw that happen. Otherwise, they would know that TWOB are extremely low. And they had the opportunity to bounce, but now that's gone away. On the other side of things, Genesis Esports forced to another early exit inside of this game. This fight happening towards the southwestern edge of the circle. This needs to conclude soon in the next 28 seconds because the blue zone collapsed and the circle moves away towards the Ladriela hill. And if you're late to climb the summit of the hill, man, oh man, it's going to be difficult to recover from that.
Esports, just look at them. Yeah, they're trying to just breach inside of that church, but Rising Esports, they had it on the lockdown. Last man as well. This nade, if it actually did land, that would have been insane, and yes, it did.
Oh.
Wow, impressive stuff.
Yeah.
The fact that they knew that there is line in the back lines, even that was brilliant. Pretty good fight from Rising Esports. Yes, they were in the advantage, but they utilized that advantage to perfection. Not even dropping down a single body. That was a flawless defense. TWOB on the opposite side, still in a bit of that battle. And what a knock that was. Executor really out here executing people. The big man's down. KALINGA Esports now, problem starting to knock. There's still Pasha all the way in the back lines. And for KALINGA, these problems, they start to tighten up even more. The big man Owen's not in the game.
Man, that knock just made me scratch my head. How does he find that angle? How is KALINGA Esports around Executor that amount of freedom? Well, they finally do find the trade, but it could be a little too late as the nade is lobbed towards the players of KALINGA Esports. Omega still hasn't gotten Owen back on his feet. And TWOB, if they get their revives, then KALINGA Esports is going to be in trouble. Now, this is, again, another point where you need to keep building pressure on the opponents. If you have the upper hand and if you have a massive advantage for you, because KALINGA Esports is up 2 players, they could have put the pressure on, but Zutsu, our blunder against the players of EVOX. Ash knocked out. It's down to Naughty to rescue his team.
Yeah. It's really not looking good for any one of these. EVOX, with just a 2-man squad, they're also punching the players of Zutsu even more. One finish racked up from Zutsu. They're not looking too good, but still things can be better. EVOX in the back. The utilities really just flung over to perfection. Another man falls down. Evil. His evil plans be suppressed. Another utility from Naughty. It's going to find a knock. Zutsu single-handedly dominating the fight with just the utilities. They're really looking clean. Flock does not know where the last man is. EVOX, the last man, is on the move, but now Flock has finally spotted that player, and beautifully done. Just based off of reflexes, Flock shuts him down.
Man, what a way by Naughty to bring that fight back into the control of his team. That nade going out, finding the knock, and just making sure that there was no way the opponent could move out. But they've lost 2 players, so Zutsu, it's still going to be very difficult for them to, well, clinch out a chicken dinner in this one, but moving towards the players of H4K that stand still against the side of LASTADE, because Wizard, well, he's at a disadvantage right now. It's going to be difficult for him to find a way out of this. Present towards the southern edge of the circle. All right, Gyro God, he's just waiting to flush him out. The door blown up. Both the players running back into a corner. LASTADE, they have the upper hand in this one. It's a 3 versus 1 situation in their favor.
They indeed do, but I just feel like they're too hesitant once again to approach.
Yeah.
And that's why Wizard is now going to be a much bigger threat. The longer the threat lives, the bigger it gets. This is what I was taught by my teacher. Which is, I don't know where. But yeah, in my dreams.
That's what everyone dreams of, I guess. But anyways, oh, feats visible. Just gets up at the right nick of time. Wizard missing an opportunity to go for a spray. I want to see where the next circle is going to be, though. I hope it's a central shift, man. It is! Wow. So now we're going to see a lot of chaos towards the western and the southern edges. And it kicks off with Wizard finding a knock on the players of LASTADE. Zutsu, Flock, and Naughty both running into the open arms of NON.
Yeah, the circle, the way it just shifted out in the open, now it's going to force everyone to take the fight and actually fight for a good spot. The open ridges, yes, they will be filled with a lot of risk, but it is something you need to work with. You need to make something out of nothing. Wizard, the man trapped, still on the stairs. He wants to hold the line down. This can definitely be a good clutch if Wizard does manage to pull it off. He's got a pump shotgun to work with. It's not an automatic shotgun, so it's going to be a problematic end. But let's see. He needs to be precise. Every single shot on the flesh. And once again, LASTADE, they just decide to fall back. What? They should have continued to press on the charge. But instead, Wizard, now the man gets a second shot at life, and he's already done a lot of damage. As I mentioned, the longer the threat lives, it gets even bigger. And right now, Wizard, the man's already pushed up. Falls back once again. Wizard wants to be on the defensive line. And he's going to fall back to that same place in the same building.
I think LASTADE need to realize that at this point, Wizard is just wasting their time and not his in this fight. Look at this now. Even the rotation pathways are going to be compromised by the side of TWOB, but finally the fight picks up. Wizard has dished out damage and the blue zone is here. LASTADE, this could be the time when they panic. Wizard eager to push down the stairwell and of course still keeping the players of LASTADE at bay. But look at that finish feed. Wizard finds a knock. TWOB pick off one player and LASTADE. Are they out of this game? I think they might be.
All those patience for just one man to make that push. What? What are these decisions we're seeing being made from the Group B? It's really catching me off guard.
It's not just you, man. It's me as well. And what is catching me off guard along with all of this is that today TWOB is playing well.
Uh-oh, Vanguard. There we go. KALINGA Esports as well. Yep, put to dirt.
You know, a few moments ago, I really wanted to ask you, because Vanguard was present towards the northern edge of the circle, and I wanted to ask you that how surprising would it be if Vanguard won this game? But I think that question has just been thrown out the window right now.
It's going to be NoNx. They've got a really big split. I would love to see Rising Esports as well maybe have a chance, but I just know Rising Esports, when it comes to firefights, that's where they lack. That's been their problem. And Rising Esports, they will lack once again in that same department. If you're going to keep on playing passive throughout the entirety of the tournament, yes, your gun power will be rusty because you're just not taking fights.
Yeah,
you are not updated.
You're not used to that pace of play for the finals. And when the finals pressure is there, when you're sitting in that arena, that just makes it a whole lot worse.
It's been the concern. It's been the problem with that team. Cannot keep on playing this passive every single time, man. TWOB! Oh, what a knock that was. Hold on, bad OP. Maybe the man's not too bad, but eventually he still gets wrapped up. Executor was the man knocked out. Starboy saves the day. The next zone shift is going to be quintessential, and it's going to center on up once again. NoNx, now they've got the biggest control.
Yeah.
TWOB, they're right next to the boys of Team Tamilas, and Team Tamilas, they really want to press on the charges and just eliminate the remnants of TWOB. Executor did not even get a chance to reset, but Starboy's still there. He's only got 1 HP. Team Tamilas, that still got way too up close and personal.
It was way too close, and as you were talking about NoNx having that map control, I think NoNx can actually wipe out the players of Team Tamilas over there, but Arthur unfortunately does not have enough nades. He calls for backup, and if NoNx ends up winning this fight, they will have control of the entirety of the play zone. Vanguard, Rising Esports, both the teams are out, and Arthur, he's joined by Fame, has 1 nade to make the magic happen. And, well, there is no magic, but hopefully there are a few more nades on Fame.
Yeah, those nades really crawling close. And for some reason, even NoNx, they decide to back away. Fine, I guess. They want to prioritize team play a bit more. Look at this man from Vanguard who wants to find a better angle. Shots were taken. Oh, still barely alive, Rapido. Pretty quick on the feet. Instantly goes back prone. And that's why the man from Non is still alive. And now as Vanguard, they keep on marching forward. For NoNx, there's a chance this advanced positioning might just be lost, even if they do lose out on one of the players. So NoNx, they need to keep the man number. Reinforcements, they need to be there. And Anonymous from the back plays it so well.
Yeah.
That was such a good bait and switch.
As soon as shots were fired towards Rapido, Anonymous was already moving in to gain an off angle against the players of Vanguard. And now we're finally down to the top 3 teams of this game. NoNx put under pressure by the players of Rising Esports, but this is going to be bad for Rising Esports because they show their backs to the players of Team Tamilas who show up. Now trades coming in from either side, and this fight actually favors the side of NoNx because they will still have all 4 players up and standing to third party and pick off whoever remains after this.
And that's what NoNx is doing.
Yeah.
Peeking on the horizon, taking shots even against Rising Esports. And Rising Esports just want to eliminate the remnants of Team Tamilas as well. And I told you, Rising Esports, they never end up winning the fight in the final few moments. Yeah, there are a few rare circumstances where that has happened, and that's why they've secured the chicken dinner. But just look at this. All of that camping for you to be eliminated and not even secure a chicken dinner.
Yeah, and Team Tamilas, they're down to 2 players. NoNx has the upper hand, and they also have Arthur still in this game. Anonymous shows up, looking to take on Fox OP, who's getting shot at from the flank. They just jump shot him together to finish him off. And NoNx, it seems like the fire that was lit in their hearts yesterday, it still burns bright today itself. A decent run on an angle and another chicken dinner added to their chicken dinner tally. Well, this one on Miramar. And this is the timing of it all. The decision making, I believe, from NoNx was perfect. And of course, from Rising Esports, it was worse. That is why NoNx got an easy win in the end.
Now look, Johnny, I'm going to be a little bit critical on Rising Esports over here. I do understand that strategy has been working pretty well in 2024. But since then, nothing has changed. They're utilizing the same strategy. They're just copying and pasting that same strategy over and over again in every single tournament and hoping that the circle keeps on favoring them till the end. If the circle does favor them, they do not showcase themselves. They just try to be there and stay alive in the final few moments, and then they start peeking out. While they do so, they're also losing out on firefights.
I think, as you said, I mean, even the zone meta shifting, they got to change their decision making a little bit. But a point that you made during the game itself about aggression was what I agree with a little bit more. That Rising Esports, this is a good team with players that actually have the potential to take those 4v4s. You just have to be confident and charge towards them and not just play on the back foot. I would love to see Rising Esports just go aggressive right off the bat. Play the sort of game that Wyld Fangs or TKM plays for once.
It's pretty easy, right? If you've got a good working machine and if you're just not going to use it and keep it in a corner and let it just dust up, it's automatically just not going to be useful later on.
Yeah.
It will be pretty much rusty, and that's what's happening with this entire team, Rising Esports. If you're not going to use your firepower, if you're not going to keep your gunpowder updated, there will be a problem in the upcoming stages.
But hey, NoNx just won a chicken dinner. Are they going to be #1 now?
They should be. Even if they are, even if they're not, NoNx is really comfortable in the overall standings. There's no point in talking about this team. They're just too good.
I think we have to talk about the fact that they made all of this happen in just 4 matches.
Yeah, that is really impressive, actually. Yeah, from NoNx, the comeback that we've seen, it's been monumental. Nothing taken away from that. It's been an iconic comeback. And I hope we get to see something like that from even more teams in the latter half of the board. I feel like KALINGA is one of those teams with a lot of potential, but for some reason, they're just choking up positionings.
Yeah, this last few days haven't really gone well for them. They still have 1 more match left today, so hopefully the last Miramar, they are able to convert, but after this very short break.
Hello everyone and welcome back to BGIS 2026 The Grind, and you guys are currently watching the English broadcast. My name is ICBB12 at your service, and joining me is going to be Salty as we take you through one final game for today itself. And guess what? NoNx winning the winner chicken dinner, and previously, as Necro did mention as well, in 4 games, and now with enough points here, they should be at the tippity top right now.
They should be. I mean, technically, I think that was a blockbuster. Zutsu, who were their closest competitors, got taken down midway around the game with not that many amount of finishes. So we'll have to find out how many points did Zutsu acquire, and of course how many points did NoNx acquire. But of course, before we talk about all of that, we have something exciting in front of our screens, ladies and gentlemen. As you can see from the band itself, it is a lovely collaboration between BGMI and Royal Enfield, where you've got 2 wonderful bikes available for you inside of the game. One is of course the Royal Enfield Continental GD650, and the other is a classic 350. Get one of your choice. I mean, I'm sure you are going to be looking in for the 650 because, of course, more power, more swagger inside of the game. But the classic 350, it certainly is a classic.
Hey, I'm a classic man. I definitely go for the 350s. But speaking of this game as well here, Miramar has been a little bit of a tricky spot here for certain teams here. At the start of the day, I did bring up, before that Miramar map, I did bring up a potential big matchup between 4TR versus SINEWY, which did drag on a little bit long here, with technically SINEWY having the upper hand but still losing a 1 versus 3 by Shoop from 4TR, making the score still in favor of 4TR official in that one head-to-head drop clash. But before that, let's talk about the MVP from that match as well. Arthur from NoNx was the MVP from that match, alongside with Rapido, Executor from TWOB, and also Shoop, again, 1v3.
1v3 from that last 726 points of damage. The survival time is where 4TR, they are struggling for sure. But have a look at this, the point standings. This is where NoNx have just taken a massive climb because 14 elimination points, 24 points in totality. They certainly are up top because Zutsu, they are not anywhere close with just 4 points. It seems like NoNx, they have made that climb up top. Team Tamilas, credit has to be given to them. They're still battling in for that top 8. And then, of course, you've got a little bit of a resurrection coming in from TWOB as well as Vanguard.
Exactly, but at the same time, Team Tamilas, they have been very consistent as well. They were part of the final endgame zones again for this match as well, which gives them a decent amount of position points. They will rise up into the 4th place, but NoNx has officially reached the #1 spot as of yet, with that winner chicken dinner now totaling up towards 132 points. Now, when we talk about the expected cutoff, is somewhere between 135 to 140 points, maybe even 145 points. They are very, very close to being one of the first teams to qualify in towards the round 4 stages.
Absolutely. With 14 matches done and dusted, I see, again, practically, I'm not really sure if teams beyond that 12th spot and even the 11th spot are going to be making it in. But mathematically, if you talk about it, I think a comeback is still on the cards. And NoNx have done that from the 14th spot to the #1, the tippity top of the overall standings. I think it has been a historic comeback that we have witnessed, and it just happened because of their run of form on the maps of Erangel and Miramar. They have doubled down on their basic maps and they have worked around it, and I think right now it's just all good in the hood. For TWOB, I'm not really sure if the chances are going to be there to progress inside of the top 8, but still, I'm going to keep my hopes up high. I'm going to be that optimistic guy in the room. Maybe somewhere down the line they might make it.
Well, if this was down towards the final 6 matches, yeah, sure. I would say there's not a lot of chances here, but considering that there is one more game to go, and again, the remaining 9 matches that they need to play. So technically, it is still a free for all because NoNx was able to achieve this achievement in just 4 matches of a comeback. That was just insane performance coming from NoNx.
It certainly was, right? I mean, making that big climb from 14th to the 2nd spot in the 3 matches. And then, of course, this match included, I think they have been nothing short of brilliant. But it's not just NoNx. I think Zutsu, they have also done a phenomenal job in maintaining consistency. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, it seems like a substitution just got into place. It seems like Adi is going to sub out in the picture. And then, of course, Prince is going to come in. Now, for RECKONING Esports, we're going to talk about this team because while NoNx made the climb, this is the team, Team X. They started off well. They were inside the top 4 after the first day, but they made a huge fall. I'm not sure what the reason behind that is.
Well, as of yet, X Esports is also in a very similar boat towards how 4TR and SINEWY is. Only difference is that they don't really have major drop clashes in Miramar. X Esports does do a little bit better in terms of map airing gear. The decisions has been a little bit spot on.
Yeah.
Even though they do like to hug the edges a little bit more, but today's games in particular, X Esports has done really okay in the previous round in airing gear, but Miramar not so much.
You know, I'm going to be particularly looking at LASTADE Esports because I think they are one of those teams who can certainly make a comeback in this particular map. Ladies and gentlemen, the last map of the day, map of Miramar, in front of your screens now.
The final map on its way here for week 4, day 1 of Group B is right on your screens now, as the flights is going to be coming in from the southeast corner of the map, east of Impala, traversing through San Martin, and then ending towards the outskirts of Ruins. A pretty northeastern shift, a pretty balanced one for all these teams, except for the teams heading towards Valdemar, Minas de Sor, Prison, and also Paratona. However, the hottest topic for this group here is got to be between 4TR official and also SINEWY. Will they still continue on their drop clash inside Picado, with 4TR official winning a majority of these drop clashes? As you can see on the left as well, the map standings, SINEWY and 4TR official has pretty much hurt each other so badly to the point that they do not have a single position point at all in the map of Miramar because of this drop clash.
Absolutely, and then again, you can see the top 8 on this particular map. You've got Rising Esports, who were also brilliant in the last game. You've got the lads from Wyld Fangs just being ever so aggressive, just not being able to get those position points. But yesterday, we saw a little bit of a comeback with Spray God getting those 8 finishes on board. Wyld Fangs were certainly on fire. We have to find out if they can carry forward this momentum. Last game was certainly not in their favor, but right off the get-go itself, do you spot anything absurd, I see?
4TR has officially abandoned ship, ladies and gentlemen. They have officially abandoned ship, and SINEWY gets Picado for absolutely free this time. Meanwhile, on screen here, we do see a little bit of drop clash here with H4K finding LASTADE, and Stone BGMI being the first one taken out in this game. We'll see you tomorrow, Stone BGMI. We'll see you tomorrow.
That was a sad ending, to be honest. Came in for the vehicle, but Team H4K, they are, of course, going to enjoy the fruits of it. Not just the vehicle itself, but also that extra finish point. But where are the rest of the lads? They are actually split up. Meanwhile, the circle did drop on top of us, ladies and gentlemen. It is a little bit of a nothing circle, with the circle being centering around the Cruz de Val region. It does include the regions of Torre Ahmada, Campo Militar, Al-Azhar, as well as water treatment. Harsha del Petron is going to be one of those positions where teams might feel a little comfortable, but then you know it. The highways that run alongside Harsha del Petron, it is going to be one of those high traffic regions, and migrations are going to come in. So if you are in those pieces of real estate, watch out for yourself.
Well, again, as I said, 4TR official has officially abandoned ship. This is going to be my first time seeing them dropping from La Cabrera. Hopefully they will be able to get their first ever position points in the map of Miramar, coming from both 4TR and also SINEWY Esports, who finally stopped fighting, which again has hurt a lot of teams. Especially, you know, if you guys were watching Group A and Group B, Revenant X Spark, and also Vasista Esports' engagement, which eventually kind of hurt each other.
I think it was Revenant X-Park who hurt Vasista a lot.
A lot more, huh?
A lot more. I mean, not just hurt in terms of gaming perspectives, but also picking up crates and putting inside the toilet. I think that is something which is going to hurt their egos. And, well, we'll find out, of course, how do they settle their differences. For now, of course, on the map of Miramar, ladies and gentlemen, there's absolutely no drop clashes. It is going to be a rather slow start. Should be a good news for majority of them. There's just one team who has suffered casualties, and that would be Team LASTADE Esports. They are on that 11th spot, not really too far away from the top 8, but they still need a massive game. They need a chicken dinner to put themselves inside, and that is going to be a problem. Look at that, a big vacuum between the Night Mobs as well as Team EVOX. 12 points separating between two teams, position 8th and 9th, and that is a difference which Team the Night Mobs would not want to give away.
Yeah, they have taken a little bit tumble as well. Their best performing maps has always been Erangel-ish. It actually was Miramar initially, but the moment they stopped having drop clashes at Erangel, yesterday was one of the biggest comebacks coming from TKM. So far, they haven't really figured out their Miramar map gameplay yet. But let's talk about TWB a little bit as well, because today, TWB games, especially for past 2 games, they have started to adjust accordingly, despite having one of the roughest first half here in the group stages between them and the rest of the world. They have had too many encounters against NoNx Esports. Even just now, they were able to head towards the almost endgame zones, just could not close out the games, which is something that they do need. And one massive game for TWB, they will be in the running to actually fight for the top 8, but still, chances are getting slim. There's, like, including this match, a total of 10 matches remaining for this group in particular. So if they want to make the climb, it has to start from now or maybe even tomorrow. Tomorrow will be the last chance to stand a chance. Because one big game is not going to cut it here for TWB. EVOX, however, is also looking for one massive game to try and propel themselves into the top 8, which is good coming from them. But for now, TWB, they are inside the zone. They do hear a couple of vehicles and actually spot out a couple of members coming from Zutsu inside El Azhar. But Starboy, he's not looking in that direction though. He's going to be keeping tabs on teams coming from the north side, which is ironically not exactly the most ideal spot here, especially if you want to try and capitalize on third parties.
Talking about third parties, it seems like NoNx, they certainly are preparing something brilliant. There's a huge widespread. If we do pull up the map right now, you would find out that Rapido is in the far extremities of the map towards ruins. Meanwhile, the rest of the teams, the rest of the players, they are on the regions of Monte Nuevo. I'm not really sure what the game plan is, what the strategy is, but they certainly are seeming to be cooking something. We'll find out for sure. Rising Esports is towards the north. The Night Mobs in front of our screens, they are already on towards water treatment, as you can find out already. And this is a rather good spot. As long as you have the circle with you, as long as you've got decent loot, I guess you are going to be quite safe. And of course, you've got to be fast inside the game, ladies and gentlemen. And for that, here comes the official collaboration with Porsche.
Well, you have to check it out as well, because the Porsche does comes in 4 models for you guys to choose, and a lot of designs and colors for you to choose from as well. But speaking of choosing your fights here, it seems like the teams, they haven't really decided where this circle may shift as well. It's pretty much unorthodox ball. And LASTADE, they do scout out members coming for TKM. Suppress fires has been shot to try and zone them off, knowing that they want to secure this water treatment for themselves, knowing that it's pretty much a very strategic position to be in, especially when the next zone shifts. But the problem is, they're also trying to scare people off, knowing that they're actually a man down. They don't really want to commit into anything right now.
Look at the finish popping, by the way. Seems like Zutsu has got another one of those men of God. Crypto has been brought down. Veron 77, quite close to the lads of Vanguard Esports as Anuj TWOB just flies away from the situation. Zutsu, they are going to capture the second finish of the game. Another man goes down, and Vanguard Esports, it seems like problems just keep on piling up. They just keep on escalating. There's no way this team has recovered from that initial tumble that they have taken. You can still see those glimpses of brilliance. You can still see Dionysus as well as Insidious trying to do something important, but it's never really worked out. Talking about working out, LASTADE Esports, it seems like one after the other, they just keep getting caught off guard.
Well, speaking of off guard here, H4K, they went in for the perfect strike here. Not exactly sure what LASTADE was thinking about this situation, because they already had a compound completely secured out. Not exactly sure why he actually pushed out here away from Joyash. But the circle is about to shift. It is going to shift up north towards Amumada. That's going to be a little bit of a tricky spot to be in.
I'm actually very surprised that H4K keep on finding these players of LASTADE Esports off guard. Initially, they found out the first man took him down while he was going in for the vehicle. Next up, found another player completely off guard. All 4 players from H4K just come in packs and hunted down that lad. I'm not really sure what's going wrong with LASTADE Esports. They are just not playing together. A lot of miscoms happening, I see.
Yeah, maybe a little bit of difference of opinion here. They try to go for a 2-2 split to kind of get greed out space perhaps, but they already lost one from the get-go, so 2-1 split doesn't really work for them. But fortunately for them, they do find a Piggy out in the open. EVOX losing not one, but two players here as Joyesh and GyroGod both find a piece for themselves. So that's going to be a little bit of a redemption arc coming in from LASTADE, a redemption points coming in. But is it going to be enough is going to be the question here. But another spray from GyroGod, the pre-fire just comes in. And EVOX, they walk right into it as well. LASTADE, this is prime time for them to go for the push, but seems like they are a little bit hesitant, knowing for a fact that they just do not have the numbers to work with. Cruz de Ville, this is going to be a very hot spot right now as the circle is going to force them out in the open. TWOB going to be cleaning out every single building. And Mac is left stranded here. He needs to regroup with his teammates. He's pretty much stuck as TWOB is occupying his house right now, checking every single corner. Mac needs some sort of backup. He wants to go for the element of surprise, but he's going to be sharing two different compounds as Mac does have some sort of room to work with. He does have the buggy to actually back out, but RageGod may consider trying to capitalize on this. And they might lose their vehicles to TWOB if they back off too far.
I don't really get it, but every single time I see you and I are paired up for commentary, it's always these urban circles on the map of Myanmar. Something or the other just happens. Sometimes it's on Los Leones, sometimes it's on something like a Chumusera. This time we are, of course, in Cruz de Val, and this is where one more player is going to go down. TWOB, Starboy, was venturing too much out in the open. Genesis, it's Zap in the playing four. He was extremely quick on capturing that finish for himself, just showcasing that it's not just Fury who can be the super sub. Zap himself does pack a lot of punch. And speaking of packing a lot of punch, it seems like H4K, they have been helped in a little bit of a tag team manner because it was TWOB who was surrounding their compounds. It was them who flood them in, kind of corner all of those players in, try and use the numbers to their advantage. But out of nowhere comes Zap from Genesis and shuts one man down. We shift our focus to yet another fight. It seems like Team EVOX do not want to shy away from battle, and this time GyroGod finally comes under fire.
Oh boy, LASTADE, they have to win this fight here. This is going to be the point that they need to actually survive in this map. GyroGod lobbing a nade, but no, he misses the timing. Evil will be the one that lobs it first. And that's going to be the first knock, Joyesh. Here's the push. He knows exactly where they are. But Evo, he's going to try and play this safe. The nade cooks from the side. He needs to win this fight. Joyesh misses the first shot. Looks for the first, but eventually gets the knock. But eventually, Evo, the nade will take him out. And LASTADE Esports will be the first team that get eliminated in this game on 16th place.
You know, I think kudos has to be given to Evil for the way he has always led EVOX in these early fights. Something is certainly not going right for this team because they were supposed to be so strong on the map of Myanmar. Now they are losing out on their man numbers early on in this game. This time Kalan, as well as his comrade, just fell right at the get-go. Some shots which you don't really expect Team EVOX to miss. Kalan has been such a seasoned veteran, especially in this stage of the competition. I'm not really sure what is going wrong for Team EVOX, but something certainly is. And talking about Evil, I think he has been leading these firefights. Once again, winning that battle.
Yep, speaking of a battle here, the circle actually shifts up towards the north of Cruz de Val and the south side of Torreal Mumada. So it's going to be potentially an open field. But let's take a look at the replays here on how things happen between LASTADE Esports, GyroGod, definitely, you know, making things work. Joyesh also finding a player. EVOX was not too happy. They went for a revenge 2v2 fight, despite initially getting the knock here, which may have allowed LASTADE an opportunity to push up, but just because they did not have the numbers, they stayed down, hunkered down, and EVOX decided, you know what, it just might be a 2v2, chooses to take the fight, and then EVOX coming out on top. So nice deductions coming in from EVOX to capitalize on that, but still, they lose 2 in the process. But speaking of a circle here, NoNx, they were one of the latest to rotate inside the zone, all the way from the southwest corner. For some reason, they were able to enter the zone uncontested, and now they are going to be controlling the northern section of Torreal Humada.
Surprisingly, Wyld Fangs have a massive split. You were talking about NoNx, one of their players. In fact, the IGL, Sensei OG, is quite split apart from the rest of the lads. I don't really understand what that positioning means. Sensei, he's certainly looking for those northern compounds, but he comes under fire, and this time, there's not going to be any support from the rest of you lads.
Yeah, he was pretty much pinned between NoNx and KALINGA Esports. Pretty much no support, no cover. He's pretty much down for this match. Wyld Fangs has to continue on journey, but that is going to be crucial information for Wyld Fangs to actually capitalize on the wall. Two teams on the north. And H4K down towards the further south side of the zone. KALINGA pretty much occupied here. EVOX trying to make an entry point. Gets sprayed down, loses Evil. Spy dropped down almost very low as well. The pixel of the hit. Ooh, Zap almost connects it. Spy is able to get his health back up, and he's going to get the resurrection as well. But Genesis, they have full control of this northern city of KALINGA, and it's going to be a free-for-all defense coming from them. H4K scouts out SINEWY, who's trying to make it past them as well. They've lost one. Rexboy gets taken out. And H4K will also get a couple points themselves, but actually, no, it was stolen away by Zutsu.
Completely understandable. The south side of the circle, it's so high traffic right now. Over-occupied, to be exact. There are multiple teams looking to get these third parties, these lone stranglers, and SINEWY Esports once again just losing bodies along the way. Their rotations have caused them a lot of problems. Their drop clashes have caused a lot of problems. SINEWY Esports, they look like a shadow of their prime self, which was, of course, last season, where we saw this team just almost unbeatable, supremely consistent. Once again, just needs to battle their own standards, the benchmarks that they've set themselves. But nonetheless, they're still surviving. They have got 3 men up and alive. You've got Genesis Esports in the back lines. You've got EVOX as well, who currently hold the compounds of KALINGA. I'm pretty sure one opportunity, there are going to be multiple strikes coming through. H4K needs to do something to keep their men alive and also move inside the circle, by the way.
Yeah, it's going to be a tough one to do here. They do have a decent amount of vehicles, but there's just so many teams out to the south. SINEWY was one of the teams here forced to play out in the open as well, because of Genesis, because of TKM, because of H4K, because of everyone shooting from every single direction, especially coming from the south side. Wyld Fangs, however, played it safe. They found an opener onto his northeast corner. They've lost Sensei, but the information is that the northern city and the southern city is pretty much occupied by a lot of teams, while the center of this zone is completely untouched just because there's just so many angles punishing any teams trying to rotate to the center. It seems like KALINGA Esports, they are going to try and make an attempt here to get closer to the center as they hug closer towards Rising Esports. As the nades comes in, Rising Esports now, they know exactly where KALINGA Esports is. They've got a nice dish to work with. Yuva lobbing up all those nades to try and find some sort of connections. But no connections from them. It is going to be a Wyld Fangs that finds the perfect line of sight onto a KALINGA Esports. They want their revenge for Sensei as they get the first knock. Looking for more confirmations here. PMWI is spread out from the team. Pasha cannot really go in for the save as Rising Esports has got the water treatment on top completely to themselves inside Torre Ahumada.
Yeah. And I love the fact that they've split themselves up as well in brilliant fashion. Their formation is brilliant. 2 players in the back lines, 2 in the front lines, looking to duke it out. And the way they are split up, it certainly is risky, but I guess where there's risk, there's a lot of reward as well. We'll talk about that, but for now, it seems to be like an invasion for Team H4K. TWOB under fire as Executor goes on a flank. But he's been shut down after that initial knock. Team H4K get yet another elimination on board, but needs to revive the fallen comrades as they currently come under fire. Genesis from the backlines, I think they are the ones who are still looking to use their stronghold to their advantage. From the sidelines, of course, you've got the night mobs who also have a line of sight. Any piece of error you make in these water treatment lands, in these open circles, you are going to come under a lot of fire.
Yeah, Wyld Fangs, they find another player of KALINGA Esports as well. Rising Esports, they are going to try and capitalize on this. But the circle, look at this. The circle is going to force Wyld Fangs to push in towards KALINGA Esports and Rising Esports here. Rising Esports, they have to clear this out before they can farm up those finish points. It's going to be very risky. Goten taking shots here onto his KALINGA. Rico gets scouted out from afar as well by KALINGA Esports. And just like that, they get completely dismantled here. And only Owen remains from the side of KALINGA Esports as Wyld Fangs comes third partying.
KALINGA Esports, just 1 man left alive. Owen with the nade being cooked up, I guess. He's kind of given the information to Kana. But can Kana dodge the nade is the question. He certainly does. Not a lot of support. No real support needed as well as Kana quite comfortably knocks KALINGA Esports out of this particular game. Now, interesting strategy I see coming in from Wyld Fangs. I for a second thought that this hold at the edge of the circle is not going to give them any space, but I'm not really sure how Wyld Fangs plan to deal with the rest of the threat. There's so many teams in this Torre Hamada region. And once you deal with one, there's going to be so much attraction towards you. Have a look at this. NoNx just chime into this fight. Rising Esports quick to capitalize as Rico finds the first one, finishes him off as well. There is NoNx Esports, Arthur, the big man from the last game, the MVP as well. Looking to capitalize, he's yet to get up the mark, and I know he's inching, he's clenching his fist to get that first finish on board.
Yeah, this perfect timing for third party as well is good. But Arthur, he gets shot from afar. Kanha is able to spot him out. But at the same time, Kanha is not exactly in the safest position. Tries to reposition away. But it seems like Rising Esports are the ones that is going to be hurting as Wyld Fangs pushes inside the zone. But they're right at the edge on the corner. As the circle is about to shift in about a minute and a half. Wyld Fangs still, they've gotten a couple of knocks. But they are unsure of where Rising Esports is as well. As you can see, they're checking whether or not if Rico is around, but does not realize that Rico has been forced to disengage from the rooftops because of NoNx. Nades being lobbed over to check. Shots fired from the back here. Vanguard shows their position that Wyld Fangs, you are not exactly safe to take this push.
This seems to be like such a passive approach from so many teams out there. Just keeping their positions alive. 4TR officials, meanwhile, the ones who are trying to keep their men alive have lost 2 players in the process. Right at the center of the circle. Not exactly at the center, by the way, but still somewhere near the center of it. Z-God, not really a lot of cover to work with. Pain is live, has been the big man for this team so far, but have a look at that. Talk about the big man, and Hunters always comes up. Steps in the picture with these long flying nades. H4K have been dished out, but did they get those elimination points? A big question. It seems like Zutsu were also the one to capitalize on it. Flock from the distance. Lovely angle. A little bit of high ground advantage for Zutsu Gaming. They've got 4 for themselves.
That has to be a full court shot coming from Hunters. That was an insane nade knocking 2 players. But at the same time, 4TR official trying to survive themselves into the end game. And guess what? They're center of the zone right now. And they should be okay. Okay, never mind. I spoke too soon. The car explodes. One goes down. And Pain is Life needs to pick up Z-God. And he actually loses his life. Z-God gets taken out. Oh, the timing just could not be better. As Rage God, the last player coming from H4K, decides to pick up, gets a free point. And now he's going to go in for the slam as well. As 4TR official gets cleaned out completely. What a game. What a play from Rage God.
Scrappy, if I had to describe it. 4TR officials never really looked comfortable inside of the circle. They just forced their way in, and that is exactly what you're going to suffer. If you force your way inside the circle, don't really pre-plan your moves from the get-go itself. Have a look at this, Zutsu. They're marching toward the center. They certainly have a rather good spot, but I'm not really sure if they're going to be safe. Lines of sight are certainly open, and that is the reason why they want to smoke off a couple of these angles. The night mobs, they're under fire. Future, the nade explodes, but this man survives by a sliver of HP. Team Esports, they are looking good. As soon as I say that, Monty takes a great deal of damage on himself, just barely surviving by a sliver of HP, and this is another big fight. This is a fight between the top dog Zutsu and Genesis Esports. Duke it out as Veyron just gets knocked out. Zap is still inside of the smoke. Does have the DBS in arms, but Genesis Esports get wiped off. Genesis, this could have actually been a game where they could have reclaimed that top spot, but it seems like Zutsu Gaming were good enough to completely wipe them out.
Well, at the same time, TKM, they take advantage of this. Beast pulls out the S12K, goes for a wild spray, whiffs every single shot, but it is going to be Futures that comes to save the day, and they clean out Zutsu as well, as TKM rises up to the challenge and clears out the south side, and they find themselves a decent amount of space to work with for this endgame zone. But little did they know, they're still keeping tabs on the teams on the left. Team Tamilas and also NoNx Esports still alive. Meanwhile, the northern section of the circle, Torre Hamada, Wyld Fangs is able to scare off NoNx. And with this, they take on the space. And NoNx, they lose 2 players out of nowhere. Wyld Fangs, that is going to be some points for you. Golden takes the first point. Fame, last man standing from NoNx. Anonymous, not exactly sure how he got knocked though. But the nades comes in, connects on Fame. The second nade also tags him down low, but Fame, he needs to recharge his health once more. And the last nade from Goten will be good enough to take him out. And that is going to be NoNx that gets eliminated. And Wyld Fangs makes it towards the top 7. And they make it into the zone.
The wrath of Wyld Fangs. It certainly is causing hurt, and not just to the rest of the lobby, but also to the top dogs. NoNx Esports, they were consistent, they were brutal throughout their run, but it seems like that has been come to a painstaking closure. And Rico, look at him. He understands that Wyld Fangs, the rest of the 3 who are still left alive, they are on a hunt, on a mission, not just to secure the northern frontier, but also the entire circle. And the map themselves, they are looking in for a big chicken. 6 finishes already, and Rico has no space to try and collide against them. On the south side, of course, it is going to be Team Tamilas. Mr. IGL, the lone survivor. And it seems like Lucifer is going to spot him, quite easily takes him out. The night mobs, they have the southern frontier as well.
Well, the urban warfare has finally concluded. Everybody is forced to push out in the open. And teams with vehicles is going to try him here. As TKM going to try and inch in from the south side. Wyld Fangs gets caught out. Spray God getting shot here by Team X Esports. But Goten is looking to try and save this. But X Esports is going to put on the pressure to try and take them all out. But realize that Pratik does not have a way in. While Rising Esports Rico, the last man standing, still finds himself a small little corner to work with. And I don't think Pratik knows that he is there, as Pratik is going to be shifting his focus up on top on towards Wyld Fangs. So this buys Rico a little bit more time to try and inch their way for a little bit better of position points here.
I'm not a great fan of this strategy, by the way. Pratik just split up from the rest of his squad just to get a couple of those extra finishes. I guess Rico has been spotted. Rico capitalizes on the opportunity. A freebie for him. Rising Esports, for sure, they have been spotted right now. And from the distance, X Esports, they're going to be so pissed at Pratik for splitting up. The greed to actually get that extra finish to push up against Wyld Fangs. That did not pay him dividends. In fact, he had to pay the price for it.
Yeah, but at the same time as well, let's talk about Rage God now. He's the last player here. He was able to clean out 4TR official initially. This time, he's going to rat his way in this final zone. But TKM, they are going to clear him out first before they go in for those fights. Meanwhile, Vanguard on the east side, they are getting tackled on triple fronts here as Wyld Fangs takes a fight in 2 different fronts here. With Goten single-handedly manhandling Vanguard as of yet. Gets the first knock. Needs to find the final connection here. The Molotov almost takes out Insidious. Calls in backup from Kanha to try and clean him up. But before that, Rising Esports, they get eliminated. Rico was picked off.
And look, it's Spray God. It's time for this man to return back the favor, and he is doing so brilliantly. Does have the York to work with. The Molotov does not need to be cooked. Has been thrown in the direction, but does not land right on the money. X Esports, they are trapped. There's nowhere to go but from the sidelines. He was blindsided. TKM, they got an opportunity, they got an opening, and now they found the knock against Spray God. But meanwhile, it seems like Goten and Kanha, they do not really care about Spray God at this point. They want to get the finishes of X Esports. As the snake does sail in, the knock was there. Goten from the distance finds Monty. It's just one man who's still left alive. Spray God has been left in the back lines. Will be the sacrificial lamb as the Wyld Fangs, they march towards a big victory. 9 eliminations already, make it 10. 2 players left alive. TKM, they've got 4. And here we go. This is going to be the final frontier, the final battle of this map of Miramar. The Night Mobs versus the Wyld Fangs.
Oh my goodness, Goten. He's got an off angle on TKM as well. He needs to find the initial knock. The counter nades comes in. And a lot of nades are coming in. And they will connect on Goten. TKM will wipe the floor with him. And Kanha, he is so spread off. As TKM knows exactly where he is. A 4v1 situation. They take off Goten. They take that point. And now Kanha, can he deny those points is going to be the question as well. Shots has been fired. Positions exposed. TKM, they're driving in to try and engulf him as well. As he tries to pick out in the open. Future takes him out. And that is going to be the Night Mobs that wins the winner-winner chicken dinner for the final game for today itself.
Big game coming in from the Night Mobs as well, because they are the ones who were literally chased down the top 8 this time as well, solidifying their position. I think that was a pretty big game coming through. 10 eliminations before taking down Wyld Fangs. 2 more eliminations added up. 12 points from just finishes. add up 10 from placement. I think that was a 22-point game, and that is brilliant. I mean, that is good numbers put up on the board, by the way.
Exactly, but at the same time as well, Wyld Fangs pulled off one of the most difficult rotations here, choosing their poison, losing Sensei right from the get-go, and slowly engulfing every single team from the north was a very, very impressive feat here coming from Wyld Fangs. NoNx got taken out, Rising Esports got taken out, everybody from the northern section just got completely shut down. And also props towards X Esports here, because this situation wouldn't have been like this if they did not split off as well, because a little bit of a spoilers here coming from Rising Esports, which resulted in them cornered up in the small little corner, and then Wyld Fangs just completely eliminated them. But nevertheless, TKM still won the fight. But let's talk about the winner-winner chicken dinner stats. And like you said as well, it's a total of 12 finishes in the bag and a winner-winner chicken dinner. That's 22 points for TKM.
I mean, good performance coming in from B04. Look at that, 6 eliminations on board, almost 800 points of damage. Futures as well, I think he was in a decent position. 4 eliminations coming in from this lad. That was a brilliant outing. But the second time in 2 days, I see Wyld Fangs have lost their chance to a chicken dinner just because of their greed for finishes. And it seems like now, of course, it's not going to hurt them because this is still Group B. There's no elimination. They've built up the buffer. But I wonder when the elimination stages come through, because people expect Wyld Fangs to qualify till there. I'm not really sure if they're going to be successful.
For all things considered, these are two teams that are in the top 8 with a lot of finish points, but not enough position points. So I'm very happy that both of them has gotten eliminations and also position points. But let's talk about the MVP from the matcher. Goten with 6 eliminations in total, and he was able to dismantle Rising Esports for the longest of time here in the earlier stages around. And even KALINGA Esports fell towards Goten's off angle, or in this case off angle plus long range shots coming from him. And now let's talk about the point standings as well. TKM with 22 points, Wyld Fangs with 16 points, H4K with 13 points as well. X Esports does a pretty okay job, but it's only 8 points for them. Zutsu retains 8 points with 8 finish points, but no placement points for them.
Absolutely. Zutsu Gaming as well. They had a lot of good positioning, but again, in the midst of those firefights, just could not keep their men alive. And then we again saw the big battle between Zutsu Gaming and Genesis Esports, where Genesis should absolutely taken down 3 points coming in from them. Team Tamilas, I think the inconsistencies still stand tall. Just 2 points coming in from this particular matchup. And then again, from 4TR, I think I was expecting something big coming in from 4TR, but still the inconsistencies, they are hurting them a lot. And then, of course, ladies and gentlemen, the overall standings, it is Team NoNx Esports. They are at the tippity top, 135 points secured. You've got Zutsu right behind, following up, 126. You've got all of these teams who position themselves up, and then we come right at the bottom on the 8th mark, where there's SINEWY Esports. Rising Esports should be comfortable. 1 more point, they'll touch triple digits. But is SINEWY comfortable? 89 points. Right behind them, EVOX with a gap of 13 points.
That is pretty okay as well, considering that comparing to Group A, there's only one team in the top 8 that has not made the triple digit marks. But as of yet in this lobby as well, there's 6 teams that's made the triple digit marks. Rising Esports is just 1 point away from reaching the 100 mark in particular. So the competition is still very close as well. There is still about 2 to 3 slots, maybe even 4 slots still available, considering the amount of games that is still available in the second half. But for all things considered, I was kind of disappointed knowing for a fact that, oh, 4TR official and SINEWY's official match has finally been abandoned. 4TR official has kind of conceded Picado. I was expecting them to make it to an end game, but both teams tried. Both teams bow out really early as well.
You know, somebody had to take that call, and I think for 4TR, it's not a defeat in my opinion. I think it was a good move, but they could not just convert it. But the problem still remains. We saw that gap between position 8 and position 9 that is still stands at 13 points. But right after that, there are going to be 5 teams in a span of 6 points who are still looking to make the chase, and I think it's going to be a very tough job in the next matches that follow. 15 matches done, 9 more remain.
Well, all things considered as well, if you guys want to see how both 4TR official and also SINEWY do well, especially in Miramar, it's going to take some time for them to adapt as well, because this is the first time getting out at home, which is going to be happening in 2 days' time. But tomorrow, we are going to be switching the roles between both Group A and Group B, and we're going to be kicking things off with Group B. We'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye-bye.
When the rider breathes, the road wakes. Enemies ahead. I'm going in. A lone survivor stands, and everything waits. The map unfolds. And the journey begins. As the rider breathes, the path bows. Limits? They're just marks in the dust. Because in the battlegrounds, there are no limits.